Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Naval Guns Live. And as the name suggests, this is a special program for Mr. Naval Gun, who's the top influencer in the world today, among the top 100. And we are very honored to have Naval Gun with us. Welcome to this series, Naval.
Good morning, CK, and good morning, everybody, and thank you. Let's get into a new series and start airing people's grievances around the world because the last 9 months, 10 months have been COVID lockdown. Once again, in the UK, we're in another month-long lockdown where I would say, our human rights, actually, our right to live the way we want to live, are not surprisingly been taken away. And we should accept that because actually we're fighting a disease that we can't see, we can't touch, we can't feel. But the point is, it's actually spread by touching and feeling. So we rely on our government, actually, from time to time, to um, make sure that we can live healthily. So maybe that's a good way in today because we are on lockdown and we are being suppressed with our normal daily work. But as you've got in India, you've got some big issues that are being talked about in the High Court, haven't you?
Yes, actually, the issue is gone beyond the High Court, and it is also one of the liberty rights of people, where the liberty has been taken away of some of them. And when we take liberty of few, it affects the entire population of 1.3 billion. Because if you take liberty of few, that means tomorrow anybody's liberty can be taken away. So I think the issues are much graver, much bigger, and there is a political dispensation which is coming into the fray, and there is a long story, but we don't want to talk about the political aspect. We want to
No.
talk about the attitude and why the free speech is so important. And finally, this whole incident has reached the Supreme Court of India, which is the second pillar of our democracy. The first being Parliament, second being the Supreme Court, which is not under any governance. They have an independent jurisdiction in entire India. They are deciding the rights of the few whose liberty has been very severely curtailed. And this is happening because, Neval, let me update you a little bit more, that there were people who were speaking against the government, and the government did not have the right attitude to answer them. So what they did, they went behind using their machinery around these individuals and curtailed their liberty. So I think with your experience and with your stature, you can tell us what is the importance of free speech and how it is linked to the attitude and what makes you a leader.
It's a really interesting discussion because in certain social media arenas in the last couple of weeks, there's been this thought process or the concept of whistleblowing. Now, why do people whistleblow? I mean, what is whistleblowing? It's when something is happening in an organization, a country, a village, whatever it is, and it's not right. The consensus of everybody, people's rights are being suppressed by a few people that are powerful and know how to work the system. And that's why we have whistleblowers. You have, like, WikiLeaks, the person that whistle blew on, Julian Assange, that said this isn't right. This is information that everybody should know about. Well, we've all got our own opinion on that, frankly. And one thing that countries hide behind is state security. It's in the interest of national security. And I suppose I've grown up with that, and you've grown up with it, and we accept that. But sometimes you need to challenge that, and you hope that the people in those leadership positions actually challenge themselves. They don't hide behind things. As you said, it's an attitude. You know, if something is in the interest of national security, then of course you keep it that way. But if it's in the interest of national opinion, then you've got that dilemma. And we've seen over history, particularly the discussion about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Were they there? Weren't they there? Did people manipulate the evidence to build their case to go and invade? And we've seen, programs made certainly in the Western world about both sides. The whistleblowers, and we have this term whistleblowers. But let's look at on the positive side here. In an organization that is really progressive, that listens to their employees and really wants to get the best out of everybody, in other words, you've got great leaders that get the best out of themselves and the organization. Promotion is on personal basis. It's people that have achieved or overachieved or done something, beyond expectations. So it's a meritocracy. There aren't many companies in the world, by the way, that work that way. There are good pockets in some companies that work that way, but there aren't many that work that way throughout. In those companies, though, it's not called whistleblowing. It's called feedback. Because the organization wants to grow. It wants to get better. It wants to hear about all of the skeletons in the cupboard. Let's air them once and for all and move forward. You can't forget them, but you can forgive them. So this is another word that we need to be cognizant of. And in a religious context, we're all taught by whatever religion you believe in, we're all taught to forgive. Forgive and move on. But how many people do? And this is the whole concept, really, of people that can't not say something because they believe, and this is about beliefs now, they believe everybody should know. And it's that fine line between should everybody know, or have you been put in a privileged position whereby all you're going to do is create mass panic by letting people know, whistleblowing on what you know. And the last thing any government, any organization wants is panic. Not just panic in the organization, but, there's a run on the shares. We've had in the past where companies' information have been leaked to the press, prior to a big announcement, and the share price spikes and people make huge profits, or the share price dips and people still make huge profits. So we need to take this into context. What is a whistleblower? Why are they there? Is it just about attitude, but not just attitude of the whistleblower, attitude of the surroundings around them? The people, you said your Supreme Court is independent. That's absolutely fantastic. And most Supreme Courts around the world are independent. They come to their own decision, not based on any governmental pressure. It's independent thought. And that's why a Supreme Court judge is the pinnacle, in my view, of service in a country. So it's a big subject, big subject, CK. What have you got to say about it, what I've said?
Well, I fully agree with you, Naval. In fact, why I picked up this subject, because the free speech is so important for this development of society, development of individual, and also development of the companies. I mean, we are not talking about the political aspect, but we are only restricting our discussion to the business aspect. So although we have picked up few leaves from the political arena which is going on in India at the Supreme Court, But the Supreme Court judges, as you mentioned, they are not elected, they are not selected by individuals. There is a collegium which selects the judges, and there are parameters defined. That means you have to have in that role for some time to become elevated to Supreme Court. So that means your track record has highly valuable to become acquire that position. So I think we leave it to that, because that is why we call them independent, because they are not governed by any government, by
Yeah.
any minister, by parliament. They are above all. So that is why they are the custodian of the constitution. And let me go back to the free speech. You know, India being the largest democracy, which was established, the modern India, in 1947, but the oldest democracy of the world, as we know in the modern times, is the United States. But they realized the importance of the free speech way back, 300 years back, when there was no democracy anywhere in the world. They were all monarchies. And they implemented the First Amendment in 1791. So I think we should, give credit to the founding fathers of United States of America, where they realized that the First Amendment to the Constitution will be about free speech. And here in 20th century, 21st century, we are again talking about free speech and travesty of justice. But I think we can leave that aside. This is just the data point for our discussion. In the business arena, if we don't permit our employees to speak freely, what we expect in a company, it will be we expect the company to be ruled by one man who is the owner of the company. So there are companies in the world which are called one man show, and there are companies which are governed by, or there is a forum or a management consulting chair which is directing the chairman or the CEO. So that means in those companies the liberalization is much greater than the normal companies where there is no free speech. So I would like to throw it back to you as a question: what is the difference between a person who allows freedom in his company, where his juniors can come up with any idea, and you should have patience, less ego, to listen to those ideas and take action on some of them?
It's a great question, and one that in my career I now know, having looked at many other companies around the world, how fortunate I was throughout my career of being able to comment and for those comments to be listened to. I didn't always get what I wanted, but that isn't the point. It's been, first issue is welcoming with open arms a discussion about what the team's doing, how the team's performing, and how you're performing in the team. Now, of course, in the modern day arena, certainly in the last 20 years, but even when I had a proper job in corporate life last century, we had HR reporting, and they called it performance reporting. And in many organizations, they still do. You get an annual appraisal, and then you get your annual increase, because you always expect an increase, don't you? I mean, that's what happens. The pay always goes up, never goes down. Until COVID came along, when all of a sudden all of these metrics are now being, confused in areas. But it was that you would have an annual appraisal, and then a month later, you got an announcement of your increase and your bonus, your one-off. So there was an automatic linking between the annual appraisal and your pay. And yet, if you talk to any HR director around the world, they'll say, no, there's no linkage. To which I say, well, why do you do it at the same time? Why don't you actually have it 6 months apart? And then you can actually tell people there is no linkage, because your annual appraisal is based upon the last 12 months. And then 6 months later, you get your new paycheck, your new bonus, whatever that's going to be. So do organizations, the question I ask myself all the time when I go into an organization, do you encourage people to speak out? Do you, in essence, engage, educate, and literally and listen to what's going on in the organization? Because if you don't, there's this classic phrase in leadership terms: do leaders walk the talk? And that's what it comes down to. It comes down to leadership. If you've got a boss that actually says, if you ever think we can do things better, don't rush into my office and, tell me all at once, because it'll be garbled. It won't be a very strong message. Make your case, and once a week, once a month, we'll have that discussion with the team. What that means is you're empowering your team to come up with new ideas, new ways of doing it that's going to be better for the team. Not just better for themselves, because if you make it too personal, people are only going to come in and say, me, 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 me. You don't want to do that either. What you want to do is say, look, we work as a team. You all sort of know what each other does. You see how the jigsaw is made together. Let's see what we can do to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the jigsaw. Can we do it with less people? Can we do it with less money? Can we actually take administration out of the system? We're preparing a report. Who's reading it? Why are they reading it? Do they still want it? Is the frequency of when they get it useful? We were, I was in group consolidations for several years, and the most important part of our job wasn't what we did, it was what the effect of what we did had on the business. So we were quite proud to get our monthly report, which was historical, what happened, but, and this is what we believe why it happened. We would get that out by the 5th of the following month. Now, already it's 5 days out of date. But it got into the hands of the managers so that they could make alignments so that the next month reporting, which was now 25 days later, so 5 days had already gone, could improve. They could shift and make adjustments, sometimes very marginal, sometimes quite dramatic. They could make adjustments to get back on track to what the forecast was going to be. And you're only going to do that if you've got an open discussion arena. You might call it freedom of speech. In a business, if you can say what you think based upon the evidence that you see, then your boss needs to turn around to you and say, you're right, or slight grey area here, or you're wrong. But not just say you're right, grey area, you're wrong. Give you an explanation of why you're wrong, what you've missed, so that next time you grow and don't take what we call behavioural waste further in the system. So you're improving your knowledge base by having the right discussion at the right time. They call it just in time for everything. But being recognised in the organisation that you're there to add value. And this is part of you adding value. And unless you entertain those discussions and in your own little department, walk the talk and encourage others to walk the talk and recognise, we don't want to be having fires burn high every time. We want to try and make this department, this organisation run as smoothly as possible, and at the right time, which could be daily, it could be weekly, it could be monthly, whatever the right time is, we all come together and we look for improvement. And the other thing is, not only do we look for improvement, but we celebrate the successes we've had. It's a big, big subject, this, you know, and I'm interrupting you a little bit here because you want to say something. So go ahead, freedom of speech. You go ahead.
Yeah, well, I think you have given a very nice explanation of why the freedom of speech in corporate or in a company is very important. But many times it also depends on the leadership, and many times because even leadership is consisting of humans, uh, people like you and me, and they have certain egos or I will choose a better word, complex, some sort of a complex in themselves. And because of that, the leadership don't recognize the importance of free speech. So what is your message to these leaders? Because obviously we want to improve the attitude of overall leadership team through this series. What is one message or a couple of messages you want to give to not have your personal complexes come in the way and stop the freedom of speech in your company?
Great question. And the simple answer is look in the mirror to start with. You need to ask yourself a couple of questions. Do my team trust me? Am I supportive of them? Do they think that I'm a good boss? And this is where you need to be honest with yourself. And you can ask lots more questions, but start with the ones that are really simple but are really hard. Am I a good boss? What makes me think I'm a good boss? How do I know I'm a good boss? And the other thing is, we've all got a bias. There's been a lot of discussion in the last month or two about personal bias. You mentioned it, actually, with High Court judges. They're independent. There is no bias. They don't lean towards the government. They don't lean towards the people of the country. They should be biased towards protecting the Constitution, because a lot of effort went into developing that Constitution. And whilst it's challenged on a regular basis, if it's a robust Constitution, it never fails you. And that's the whole purpose or part of the purpose of the Supreme Court. But coming back to your little team, your small team, because most SMEs have a small team. How you do this is you recognize everyone has a bias, but what you want is it's service above self. There is this thought of service leadership, which works quite a lot of the time, but can be abused if you go too far. But if you think about what's best for the organization, and you always do what's best for the organization, you will gain the respect of everybody, because they'll know who you are, and they'll know that they now need to be doing what's best for the organization, not what's best for them, not allow their egos to get there, so they get the pay rise and their colleagues don't get the pay rise. This is about, there's no I in team, but there's me and my mate. And if you think of me and mate, they're all in team, but there's no I, if that makes sense. So we're working for other people, not bringing apples in and saying, oh, look how good I am, here's an apple for the teacher. That isn't working for other people. Celebrating success of other people, that's working with other people. These things have been written for years and years and years, and you've only got to pick up a good leadership book and you will find the answer to the simple question, do leaders make all the decisions? The answer is no. They only make decisions that they're entitled to make.
Deval, let me share some experience that I had, my personal experience, having worked with few organizations, few corporates, few of them are global and few of them are small. I have never seen any company implementing a true 360-degree appraisal system. There was one company which had the courage to implement the beta, but then they also got chickened out and they did not implement 360 degrees. So I'm just talking about the global names. I don't want to mention these names, but they are present in every country and they are global powerhouses. None of these companies have courage to implement 360 degrees. Yet there are books written on them. In fact, in some sense, we are also making that discussion in this series today. Uh, but I don't think people have courage to do that. I think the first thing we need to battle is to, give them courage, because if you want to implement freedom of speech, the leadership team must have courage. So another C for you.
It's always about the C's: commitment, courage, competence, capability. The thing here is, when you start a company off, all companies are started with one person's idea. Then you bring another person in to help you grow that idea. Maybe manufacture, find a manufacturer to grow the idea. Put some design into it so that the idea grows. Talks about customer responsiveness, customer service. So actually goes and finds out whether that idea is a good enough idea for someone to buy. Like, for instance, you've got a product that could be $1 million. You only need to sell one of those to make a success. But if you've got a product that's worth $1, you need to sell 1 million. So your audience is completely different. It's highly unlikely that you've got something you're selling for $1 million and you've got a huge audience for, and when I say huge, like expansive audience for. So when you grow as an organization, you are adding in someone else's opinion. You're adding in another human being. And if you imagine in some of the largest organizations in the world, which are strategically placed around the world, they're in different countries, not all English speaking, for instance. It could be anything, but they're take Tata, for instance. It's got many companies around the world. I don't know how many people they employ totally, but it must be in the millions, probably, at least in the top hundreds of thousands. That means you've got 1 million different opinions. Now, there will be patterns in that 1 million different opinions that actually will say, well, we're going to lean to the left or lean to the right on certain things. But the key to that is just make all of your local area work with you. Understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. Because if a good leader brings the team with them, it asks the team, how do you think we're doing? You mentioned the word courage. It's almost like having as much courage on the battlefield, frankly, because you're going to get lots of people tell you, as soon as you start to open up and they trust you that you're going to do something with it. I've slipped away from the C words, right, to trust, because trust is a big thing in an organization. But if they're going to trust you, they're going to be courageous and open up. They're going to really push the boundary. Especially young people are brilliant at this because they've got no axe to grind. I remember my first job coming out of university. We were fortunate to go on a graduate training program, and it wasn't the typical program that you see today. You go into a department and you work there for 6 months, and then after 6 months they place you somewhere else in the organization. Now, that isn't a graduate training program as far as I'm concerned. We went round the country. We went to all of the manufacturing bases around the country, and we learned the difference in manufacture. We learned about people. Now, I was on their finance graduate scheme, but I worked alongside marketing graduates and HR personnel, as we used to call it in those days, graduates. And we would work together as a team. And after each visit, we would do a short presentation to the management team. Now, believe you me, we did not pull any punches. And as we got further and further into the organization, so the first one was very raw. You know, we didn't know what they were doing was right or wrong or, the best thing. We just made a few comments. By the second and third, we already had 2 or 3 to relate to. So we could then say, well, this is what happens in this part of the organization. Why don't you do that? Because what you're doing seems to be a little long-winded. Now, they did this for a very good reason, because they wanted to spread best practice. And it was only about 18 months into my first job that I was told why the graduate program was designed the way it was. Because the senior management didn't want to tell the next level down how to do their job. But if it was coming from raw graduates that they could laugh at, actually, with some things, but might take on 1 or 2 nuggets where they hear it's happening like this over there, why don't you do that here? That was it was music to the chairman's ears, frankly, because we were actually sharing best practice in a very collegiate type of way. Now, I'm not professing that this is the way to do it, frankly, because it is a little underhanded. It's not quite in the freedom of speech arena that we're talking about here. But if you do have an organization that shares because they care about the organization, you'll get the best out of everybody. Because people will then say, oh, I'm here on merit. I better start performing. And they kick into their own leadership pattern. Their ego goes. Just because they've been there 10 years and someone's been there 5 years and that younger person is their boss, it doesn't matter. They're quite happy where they are. Now, this doesn't happen in as much as we would like to think it happens, but it's down to the attitude of the leadership where it really can make the difference.
Neville, I think this is a very vast subject, as you mentioned correctly. But I think it starts with freedom of speech. And I think the message that you have given us and other CXOs, leadership who are watching this program is very clear. The freedom of speech in your company will automatically lead to freedom of thought. So, any company which is existing today must have freedom of thought among their employees, among their partners, among their investors. Because if the freedom of thought is not there, then you will not be able to diversify. You will not be able to find solution to your clients. And that is why freedom of speech is directly linked to your business and your profitability. So with this, I will end this discussion today, Neville. Thank you very much. And we will catch up in the next episode of Neville Gunt Live.
Thanks very much, CK. Enjoy yourself, everybody, and go out there and enjoy it, because business should be fun. So I keep being told.
Take care and bye-bye, Neville.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series, The Great Kings of India. We had been discussing about Ashoka the Great. We have done in last episode the overview of Ashoka, and today we will be discussing about administration of Ashoka. Ashoka is a very interesting personality because at one phase of his life he is a tyrant, and on the other phase of his life he has become a benevolent king, a father figure to his subject. To discuss more about this administration, the subject of Ashoka's administration, we would like to invite Professor Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college in Hyderabad, St. Anne's College of Women. So without wasting any further movement, I would like to welcome Professor Meeta Joshi. Welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I'm fine. How are you?
I am fine, Meeta. So, you know that we had been discussing about Ashoka, and I would like to hear more about the administration of Ashoka so that our viewers benefit and they should know how good administrator Ashoka was. So, we would like to know more about his personality and administration.
Okay. See, Ashoka's administration is very unique because it was influenced by the principles of Arthashastra. Arthashastra is an old text written by Kautilya or Chanakya. His original name was Vishnugupta. And Chanakya was the person who was the mentor of Chandragupta Maurya. And he was the person behind the fall of Nanda dynasty. After that, only Chandragupta Maurya could establish the Mauryan Empire. So, the administration of Ashoka is greatly influenced by the principles of Arthashastra because Vishnugupta's grandson, Sagar Gupta, was in the cabinet of Ashoka. Actually, Sagar Gupta was the person associated with Ashoka's father Bindusar, but Bindusar had an inclination towards his elder son, Sushil, and he wanted Sushil to become the crown prince. Total, there were 101 sons of Bindusar, it is said, but from all of them, he liked Sushil. And why he disliked Ashoka was because of his looks. Ashoka was not a very good-looking person. So when Ashoka was born, from that time only, he never liked Ashoka that much. Bindusar. Now, this Sagar Gupta has played a very important role in the coronation of Ashoka after the death of Bindusar, because when Bindusar was seriously ill, he called for his elder son Sushil, and he gave orders to Sagar Gupta. But Sagar Gupta deliberately he delayed the message to Sushil, and he called Ashoka instead, who was in Takshila that time. He was there to look after some civil war type of a thing. So Ashoka came, and finally Ashoka was coronated the king of Mauryan Empire after Bindusar. If you see, Ashoka very intelligently divided his empire into 4 provinces. They were Uttarpat and Dakshinapat, then Prachyapat and Avantiratha. So when you say Uttarpat, you can make out from the name, it was the northern province with its capital at Takshila. Then they had this western province, Avantiratha, with headquarters at Ujjain. After Avantiratha, the Prachyapatha, the eastern province, with its headquarters at Tosala, and finally Dakshinapat, with capital at Suvarnagiri.
Yes.
But
yes,
Ashoka,
very big empire. So we all these provinces was having a capital to really work
yes,
in a good to have a good administration.
you can imagine that how much organized Ashoka was at that time. Okay, so he had his headquarters at Patliputra. Patliputra was his capital in Magadha, and from there he managed all the 4 provinces. Because Ashoka's empire was very vast, it went up to now your modern Pakistan, Iran, Bangladesh. All that area was covered under the Ashokan Empire. So, sitting at Patliputra, Ashoka had all the information about the entire empire through his network of spies. He had spies posted at every nook and corner of the empire, and any problem, any outbreak, civil outbreak, everything, any fear of invasions from outside, everything was reported to the king. So, king was the head, Ashoka was the head of the administration. Then he had a council of ministers. Now, these ministers, there were 3 important ministers. They were Rajuka and um, uh, Rajuka, Yukta and Pradeshika. So Pradeshika are the people who are managing the provinces. Rajuka are there to survey and assess the land, because revenue was very important, land revenue, to run the empire. The entire empire was, majorly based on the revenues which were coming in from the provinces. That was the income of the modern empire. So Pradeshika, Rajuka and Yukta, these were the 3 main people in Ashoka's administration or council of ministers. Now if we see, we further see this, then Pradeshika was the in charge of overall administration of a district. So there was district, and the smallest unit was gram. Gram means the village. So that way, see, the administration was decentralized. King is sitting at Patliputra, but through his council of ministers, his team, he was able to look after the administration in a very, very organized and a disciplined manner. Both things were there. To keep the empire intact, such a vast empire, and to rule for 14 years without any, civil outbreaks or without any problems is an achievement. And Ashoka did that. See, he was a strategist, and after his conversion into Buddhism, he became more wise as a person. So he was managing both things, his spirituality and the administration. Now, if we see the revenue collection and the maintenance and assessment of land was done by Rajuka. He was the person in charge who would see all this revenue department, and he would, the land was surveyed, it was assessed that which land is more fertile, from where you can take more revenue. So everything was classified very, very properly. Okay, then the local administration was like this. There was a unit of 5 to 10 villages together. So in those villages, there was one head who was taking care of these 5 or 10 villages, and the intermediate level of administration between the district and that of a village was done by this person. Okay, then the tax collector there was known as Sthanika, because he is localized to that place only. So he was known as Sthanika. And the village, as I told you, was the smallest unit of administration, and it enjoyed autonomy to a great extent. See the beauty of the administration, that he gave freedom to the village head to operate at it at his own level. The village were given autonomy, which you hear now this word autonomy is more popular now. But just imagine in 261 BC, after the Kalinga War, when he was setting up his administration, he was very much aware about the autonomy.
Yeah, I think now
Ashoka.
we see that there's a village
So,
at Panchayat,
individual,
everything is there. When we have district head, so I think where it is very similar.
yeah, yes,
Yes.
more or less the same, more or
Hmm.
less the same. And then the individual village had their own set of officials under Gopa. Gopa was again an official in who's under all these individual village heads. They were under this person known as Gopa. Okay, then Nagaraka, the city superintendent, was there, who looked after the law and order of the city. And under Nagarika, there was a Gopa Sthanika, who was the local person who used to maintain the law and order in the city. So, can you just see that king, then council of ministers, and then the other officials? So, it was a very, very well organized administration. Everything, each and every department was set up, and particular person was appointed the head of the department, like revenue department, provincial, civil administration. Everything was taken care of individually. And with the network of the spies, because the king was informed about every activity which was going on in his empire, so that he could suppress that then and there. See the beauty, that nothing was allowed to be big, any small discontent, or if the common public some discussions are going on. So the spies would immediately inform the king that this is happening. So immediately the king will take action and suppress a little outrage which was going to happen. So this is the beauty of
Yeah. So what I feel is that he is a very he used to be very able administrator, but a part of this I think is very like of a benevolent king, and he acted as the father, because I have heard that he has put a stone carved with the directions that you should do this, you should not do this, for general public. So every day somebody is coming, something, a place like Chopal or something. So people are tend to, by default, reading those instructions every day, and in this, I think, will gives a lot of impact to the subject, isn't it?
yes. And you, Kanchan, one thing which I forgot to mention is that before the Kalinga War, he was a very, very cruel and brutal king. Okay, because of his looks, he was not very good looking. So, if in this Buddhist text Mahavamsha, it is mentioned, which is written in Pali language, it is mentioned that when he was in his palace and he was surrounded by his, because he has many wives, so when he was surrounded by women, so the woman hesitated to touch him because of his skin. It was so uneven.
Oh,
So he got all those women, executed. He said, you burned them alive. All
oh,
these women, God put them in. He had a particular torture cell
oh,
in which people were tortured.
okay,
Okay, and then he took the title of Priyadarshi. Priyadarshi matlab who looks good.
okay.
So it was only through his power. He was not very good looking. Okay, but through his power, he took that title Priyadarshi.
Okay.
Devanam Pri.
Okay.
Devanam Pri, who is loved by gods. Okay, Chakravarti. Chakravarti means whose empire is very large and wide. Samrat, king. So all those titles he took because of his this complex which he had, and because of which his father never liked him. Bindusar never liked Ashoka. He always gave more encouragement to Sushil, who was his elder son. Only because somehow Bindusar did not like his appearance, his strategies, though Ashoka was a very good military strategist. Okay, and when any outbreak was there, na? One time, for example, I will give you one example. When there was an outbreak in Takshila and Ujjain, so that time Bindusar ordered his elder son Sushil to go and suppress the rebellion. But he could not do that. He could not do that. Then he called Sushil back and sent Ashoka. And Ashoka was able to suppress the rebellion. So he was a very good military strategist. And he is also known for his army, because his army had 9,000 huge elephants. 9,000 huge elephants. Then there were horses, there were oxen, there were the cavalry, the people, soldiers who used to walk on foot. So his military was very organized, very organized. And with the help of the elephants, because when you are going for a war and you see a huge, um, uh, group of elephants moving towards you, a person gets psychologically weak because they are so, giants.
Right.
So that was also a very intelligent move of Ashoka, that he used those elephants in his warfare. And whenever there was no war, all those elephants and his army, military soldiers, they had a training in the morning without fail after the sunrise.
Yes.
And now it was
today also we have daily trainings in army, so something like that.
And now the training was not to wage wars, it was only to protect the empire from the invaders.
Yes, it is after he became Buddhist. So he is keeping that army so that people around his kingdom, or the kings around his kingdom, should not have an idea that we can invade now Ashoka's empire.
Yes. So the army was there to guard the borders of the empire, to see that the common public in his kingdom was happy. And he had a very peaceful rule of 14 years. After the Kalinga war, he ruled for 14 years, and that rule was very much appreciated by the people. People were very happy in his rule because of his policies and his administration, because each and every minor thing was also addressed. Any common person, if he had a grievance, they were told to pass it to the Pradeshika, and the Pradeshika will pass it to the king. So that channel was there.
Yeah,
it was
great.
not that it was inaccessible. King was always accessible.
Yes, he's the king of people.
Yeah, he was the king of people.
Yeah.
And another little story I want to tell you about him is that once upon a time, he saw a Buddhist monk passing from near his palace, and he called for that monk. And when he called him inside his palace and asked that, who are you? Then he told that his name was Nikroth, and he happened to be the son of his elder brother, whom he got killed for the throne.
Okay.
He was Sushil's son. So when he heard that he is Sushil's son, then he got more, empathetic about him, because he had this guilt feeling that he killed his father. Then he asked Nigrod to take any seat in his, court, and Nigrod climbed and sat on his throne. But Ashoka didn't get angry, or he didn't, show any signs of anger. He was happy. And it is said that after that, it was Nigrod who taught him all the Buddhist principles, and he told him more about Buddha. And then he got inclined towards Buddhism, because in the Buddhist text Mahavamsha and Deepvamsha, it is mentioned that when Buddha was visiting the empire of Magadha 100 years before the birth of Ashoka, so in that birth Ashoka met him when Buddha was there, and because Buddha was a bhikshu, he asked for this alms, and that time then Ashoka gave him some soil, mitti. He put it in his patra, the bhiksha patra, and then Buddha prophesied that time that after my death, 100 years, he will be born as Ashoka, and he will rule. He will be a big ruler. He will rule the Mauryan Empire. So this was the prediction of Buddha, and it came true. And it is mentioned in the Buddhist text of Deepvansh and Mahavamsha.
Yes. So we have discussed about the administration, and we have touched the unique and crucial point of Ashoka's administration. So I'll just wind up this episode now, and we'll be discussing tomorrow about the army of Ashoka and how he has dealt, how he has maintained his army. So till tomorrow, you take care, have a good day, bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchi.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Grit and Valor. And today we have very distinguished guest with us. She is a veteran from Air Force. Her name is Squadron Leader Manvi Bali. So, without further ado, let me welcome her to our show.
Good afternoon, Chandrakant. Thank you so much for such a nice, warm welcome. And it's my pleasure to be a part of this today.
Absolutely. In fact, we would like to know about certain things which we have been hearing in the press. You know, something to do with the working condition of the women soldiers in our armed forces. And you have been a veteran. You have served the Air Force for a very long time, and I think you are the best person to discuss on this subject. And we have also seen recently there was a movie which covered that. Obviously, you know, that was all false, and Supreme Court of India struck that down. But anyway, I think what is the training schedule for women cadet? Is it different from men? What is your opinion?
Well, Chandrakant, I think I will start with, just very, very briefly talking about from where we all began. So if we look at the history of the women in defense services, in 1888, the role of the women in the Indian Army began with the Indian Military Nursing Service, which was formed during the British rule. And we have some very, very notable names around from that time. In one of the recent series, also, a lot of people would have seen very, very strong women warriors like Noor Inayat Khan, Kalyani Sen. And then obviously we've also seen the famous women regiment under Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's Indian National Army. called the Rani of Jhansi Regiment, one of its kind regiment during the World War II. And the Indian Armed Forces, they began inducting women officers in 1992. And look at where we have come, breaking all the societal barriers. In this present day, we have fighter pilots. Women have flown into combat zones. They will be inducted as sailors. And we are a very strong group of women in the Indian armed services. And from 1992 to 2021, it has been a long way. So would we say it has been an easy journey? Definitely not. So a lot of work had been done by the pioneers, the early batches of the women in the Indian Air Force. So like you mentioned, there's been a recent movie. Without mentioning the name of the movie and the person who's been mentioned in the movie, a lot of respect for the senior lady officer. But of course, around that time, the Indian services were adjusting to the fact that women will be inducted into the defense services. It was very new concepts for them. And now we've come a long way. That's the reason we have the 3 women officers into the fighter streams. So the life in Indian Air Force, when we started off with our trainings, there hasn't been any bias for lady officers. It was exactly the same physical regime. We passed the same physical fitness tests. We passed the same examinations. We went through exactly the similar service selection boards. So the entry to the training, to our specialized training, post our commissioning, they all have been exactly the same. So I really don't understand from where the question comes that, what is the difference between the men and women? Because these services, I think they're the pioneers when you talk about who don't create that sort of bias of caste, color, creed, sex, gender. It's never been around. So nobody really asks, can you do this task or will you not be able to do this task because you are A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z? No, exactly not. It's a mission. If you are, so, the Indian Army logo, do you have it in you? Does it say, do you have it in you if you are a man or if you are a woman? No, it doesn't. So it just asks, do you have it in you? So if you have it in you, you just prove yourself. So that's what Defense Services is all about.
I think it's a great answer, and I think you have conveyed the message loud and clear for our viewers. But there are 2 sides of viewers we have. One is called civilian, other is called the forces. So when you talk about all these things, certain section of society would know exactly where you're coming from. But then there are people who are in the civilian, especially in the civilian side, who have never seen, who have no exposure to the defense, how it is done. I think there will be a lot of confusion with regard to specifically sending their girl child for army training. I think it is required to change the perception. What is your message for those kind of people where equal opportunities are given in the defense services for men and women, and how they can leverage it?
So if you look at this present, so let me give a very common example, which I give these days. So what has COVID taught us? It's taught us to be adaptable and survive in a situation which has been put in front of us. This adaptability and the survivability is part of a training in defense services. Don't you think these are the most important skills which even the girls of the today, they need to learn? I think everybody, why just girls? I generally don't mention male and female separately, again, because of the backgrounds that I come from. But this sort of independence that the defense services have, put inside us, the confidence that they've built in all of us. I can tell you, I am from a middle class family. My parents were in the services. And we were just like any other girls in the household, helping even our mothers in kitchens. But there weren't any biases or, differences which were kept from the girls and the sons. So we still grew up thinking that, okay, these are the things that the bhaias do and these are the things that the girls do. So when I entered academy, the first thing that was grilled inside my mind was that there isn't a thing which only the boys can do and the girls can't do. In fact, the physical and the psychological strength that women have is far more than, I'm so sorry, but it's more than what men do. And that has been proven in, the last few, if you've read the news, the women are just breaking records of all kinds when it comes to displaying physical and psychological strength. So I think for all the girls, not just independence, the confidence, a financial independence, and a lot of pride, which you yourself feel when you adorn that beautiful uniform. It can be olive green, it can be blue, it can be the white. But the moment you wear that uniform and you give that big salute to somebody, the pride with which your heart swells, I think there's no other profession in this world. I'm so sorry. I think again, I'm very partial about it, but I think there isn't any other profession which gives you that sort of self-satisfaction that, this is like, it cannot get better than this. So I think, this is the profession for the girls of today and the girls of tomorrow.
Absolutely. In fact, when you talk about the psychological strength that women has inherently, or as the genetic code, describes it, we got an opportunity to cover the Triveni success last year.
Yes, awesome session.
Right. And this was, it can get as grueling as ever. You're middle of the ocean, 5 women, 5 soldiers from the Indian Defense Services, all by themselves circumnavigating the earth. I think they have achieved it. It was a great feat. Now, coming back to the moot question, when you were undergoing the academy training, what kind of training would you like to share? I mean, what I've heard from my friends is that, you have to drop down and give me 30, it's like that. Is it similar for you also?
Trust me, Chandrakant, it's not 30. It's definitely in 3 figures. It's sometimes 100 and more. So 30 is like a lassi day for us. But yes, the trainings are quite intensive. So they do understand, the services do understand that everybody is not coming from a very athletic background. So the defense services, they prepare you for what is going to come to you in near future. So it's not like you need to be a outstanding sports person or a gymnast or a body weight, you need to do a lot of exercises before you join the defense services. The defense services really understand your diverse backgrounds and they train you. So the first year of our training includes a lot of physical fitness. So the physical fitness starts early in the morning. So mornings generally start at around, sometimes it starts at 3. So normally I'll just not scare people. It starts at 4. So it starts with us getting absolutely fit and ready in our whites. So we call them whites, and we get ready for a morning PT. So after a PT, which is approximately a run of around 1.5 to 2 kilometers, we get back to our exercises, which includes a lot of push-ups, a lot of jumps, and a lot of rolling, and everything in academy. We are taught that, you have to earn it. So we earn our breakfast, we earn our lunch, and we earn our dinners. We also earn our bookouts. So the earning session is wherein the entire course just gets together and they say, okay, so our bookout today, which means we'll go out in the city today, we can negotiate at, approximately like 500 push-ups from the entire course. So the entire course gets down on hands and we give 500 push-ups all in high josh that, these 500 push-ups are going to take us out to the city and we are going to have some nice food today in Hyderabad. So again, it also builds on your strength, but it also builds in a lot of camaraderie amongst your fellow, cadets. So we all have, again, a common cause, which is, taught inside us from a very simple thing, like, just a book out. So we all just believe, yeah, that's a common cause. We all need to go out. What do we need to do that? We all need to give 500 push-ups. So let's all do that. So there have been times when, we've gone in for cross countries, which we have regularly. And again, I've not been a very athletic person. And trust me, I just had one of my fellow cadets hand behind my back. He was just put his palm behind my back, and I would just continue to run. Again, if you think, what would that palm on the back of me would have done in helping me to run? Actually, nothing. But what it did to me psychologically was, Manvi, just keep on running. I'm behind you. So it didn't matter who comes first. What mattered was, all of us just do this together. So, the physical fitness was part of all these qualities and these traits which were built into us. So it wasn't like today we'll just get up and we'll, start doing A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. It used to be a lot of small activities through which the core spirit used to develop, through which we would understand, how to stand for each other. So there used to be exercise wherein they just used to teach us, can you carry your friend behind your back? He's hurt. Can you carry him? And people would. I think about it, that how could a girl with a frail figure like me would be carrying one of my postmates behind my back? But we did. And sometimes I just wonder, what did they do to us? So it's all in the mind. That's what they taught us. Physical fitness is an aspect of you being strong, but it starts with your mind believing that you can achieve and you can do it. So that's what the physical regime is in the defense services.
I think you have put it very nicely. In fact, it's 90% the mental ability and 10% physical. And that is what the discipline of the defense teaches you. I think all soldiers go through that. And it's basically, you have to be fit all the time. And if you're not fit, you will not be able to carry out your operations. So going to the operations side of it, today in the mechanized warfare, you use billions of dollars of equipment. You may be having $1 million in your both hands. What kind of training you go through, and is there any difference between men and women training when it comes to equipment and all of these gadgets which are being used today? We would like to know more from you about this.
So after this first year of training at the Air Force Academy in Dundigal in Hyderabad, we all moved to our technical training. So I've been a technical officer with the Indian Air Force. So then we moved for 6 months. The another 1 year, we moved to the Air Force Technical College in Bangalore, Dundigal. And that's where we do our technical training there. After that training, there's a 6 months tetra, which is a specialized training for all of us, which is a training imparted to officers based on what equipment has been allotted to them. So I've been a communications officer. So I was the first batch who was learning, and we were put through a tetra for learning all these new age radars, which were being inducted into the Indian Air Force. Indian Air Force was also going through the process of having the Air Force network. So we all were being trained on these things. Again, there hasn't been any difference in men and the female. We all been together from day one, and we were also together during our specialized trainings. Yes, there has been a lot of effort which has gone through in having women go through specialized training on the fighter aircraft streams from the technical side too. But again, we've been very successful in breaking those barriers. The women, you also have the first women being in the Mirage fleet, the first woman in the Isles, the first women in the Sukhois. So it took us some time, but then the enviable force that the women officers of today are, we proved our worth and we did get it. So no cribs at all.
Absolutely. So I think the defense services treat every individual equally, and equal opportunities are given. I think that is very clear. Coming to the almost like my second last question is about the combat services. And when it comes to combat, obviously, men are chosen for doing that because there are inherent risk involved. However, now we are seeing women also in India who are now getting inducted in the frontline combat, and Israel has been having the women officers and soldiers for a very long time. Uh, do you see any challenge in that area if you are in combat, frontline combat? Do you see any big challenge for women soldiers?
Absolutely not, Chandrakant. If you see even the United States, the number of women officers that they have been inducting into direct combat zones after they've seen how women have performed, especially during their conflicts, uh, it's just rose manifold. So the issues, what issues? So that's my question. We've gone through the same trainings. We understand what entails when we go into combat zone. Obviously, we're not in some beautiful area, which is it's a combat zone. There are some things which are required of you as a soldier. And the women are far equipped to handle such adversities. So I don't see any issues in women going into active combat roles at all. In fact, they'll be great. History has proven that.
Yes, I think as far as my opinion goes on this subject is that India has been always having women soldiers, always. And I think the
Yes.
whole paradigm shift happened after the British started coming to India, and they didn't have women soldiers in their own army. But if you look at our history, Indian history, I mean, we have a lot of examples of women fighting and
Yes.
also carrying out strategic decisions which are required
Yes.
in the battlefield. You have any last words to convey for our viewers?
Just continuing with what you just said, womb which can give birth to a child, and arms which can give a lot of love to a child and a family. In case it really requires, our history has taught us that it can also pick up arms and fight. So the women are an enviable force, and the companies, the corporates, the defense services, they have realized that it's just beyond anybody to imagine a life without women in all these services. So it's a great future for all of us. Looking forward to a great, great, great future for all the young girls who will be willing to join the defense services in near future. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. It was a great pleasure learning about these things from you. Uh, and shall I call you Officer Manvi? I think that is a better way to call you instead of saying Miss Manvi, because you are a officer of the army, and once you are a squadron leader, you're always a squadron leader. So it was a great pleasure talking to you. We will catch up in the next episode very soon with something even more interesting.
Yes, we will. Thank you so much, Chandrakant. It was a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a nice
Hello friends, this is Akulmach Live and I'm Chandrakant, and today we are actually going to talk about one of the big achievements that India has made in terms of the microprocessor, and this is called Shakti chip
or Shakti microprocessor. There is a big history behind it, and there is a story of success. So don't go anywhere. I will meet you with the complete analysis after a word from our sponsor. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Welcome back, friends. And the big news is the Shakti chip, which has been produced by India. And this is actually going to change lot of things for Indians and for the world. Why? I think we first need to understand how this chip industry it works, and how it will basically impact the mobile industry to start with. So usually when you look at the other brands like Samsung, LG, iPhone, etc., almost most of them use the Snapdragon, except the iPhone use their own, and they have also announced that they will be going forward maybe using Snapdragon. Now Snapdragon is a very old chip which has been produced by a company called Qualcomm, and so Qualcomm supplies this chip to Samsung and others so that they can just fit this chip into their mobile phones and can go commercial with it. But it's not really the Qualcomm which actually did the R&D and produced the chip. There is another company called ARM. They actually designed the whole chip. It's like when you're building your house, there is an architect who actually designs the layout of your house, and your architect will decide, hey, this is the foyer, this is the living area, this is your kitchen, etc. So this is similar to that activity where ARM designs the chip, and this design is then provided to a company like Qualcomm, which will then produce the chip. And when we say when we produce the chip, that means every mobile will have at least one chip. So the Qualcomm will actually build their supply chain in order to fulfill their requirement. And as we know that the population of the world is growing, and the demand for mobile devices is increasing like never before. So Qualcomm is always chasing the market requirement. They're always chasing it. So whatever Qualcomm do, the number of chips required, which is Snapdragon chip required, will be always in shortage. And since it is in shortage, the cost of Snapdragon chip is quite high. In fact, if you buy a good mobile phone and you pay something like $500, 50% of that cost is the cost of the chip. It is so expensive. And once the Qualcomm basically produce these chips, it is then transferred to whoever wants, like Samsung, LG, and any other company, Android phone manufacturers like OnePlus, plus brand, etc. So why Shakti is going to change the whole paradigm? Well, Shakti is not something which is being developed like 10 years back. It just started, and Shakti is no different in terms of how the industry works. So Shakti is basically designed. It's a design basically. It's designed by IIT Chennai, and this whole project was funded and sponsored by ISRO, because ISRO can become their premium client, because they need chips in every machinery which they are sending to space. Now this chip can be put into a small PC. It can be put into in a mobile device, and the whole game plan is, it's not that it is going to compete with Snapdragon. No, Shakti is just entered the market, and Snapdragon has been around for last 20 years. So Shakti is going to change the market dynamics in the form of reducing cost, because Shakti will be a lot cheaper, and it has two variants which are 32-bit and 62-bit, and both variants are available. And the best part is it never happened actually in the hardware industry, where the Shakti designs are put up as an open source. Friends, you heard it right. The whole thing is open source project. So that means anybody can download the design and can value add. So it is coming free, and open source is a very established industry right now. And that will change the whole costing structure around the mobile phone. When this chip is available at a very low cost, the designs will be downloaded by numerous other players. They will do further R&D. They will modify this chip in a way that it has more features, and it will be very, very low cost as compared to Snapdragon. So the title of my video is the brand killer. And certainly it is going to give a lot of competition to established players like Intel or Qualcomm, and especially to start with, because it has just started, the journey is going to just take off. So it is going to then change the market dynamics in terms of availability, unlike the demand and supply gap in terms of expensive chips like Snapdragon. This Shakti chip is likely to fill the supply chain gap there, and for not so powerful devices, it can start the revolution. It can add to the revolution. It can fulfill the requirement, because in every device we don't want to put Snapdragon. There are so many different utilities are there, where you don't need such a powerful chip in order to do that activity. So you can actually go ahead and use a chip like Shakti in your mobile device and can get the whole thing to work. So once the Shakti low cost chip is ready, and different variants of Shakti chip will be available in the market, there'll be manufacturers like Samsung, LG, etc. They will actually sprung up across the length and breadth of India, who will start making different devices, different types of microprocessor control devices, voice control devices, and so on. Because when we talk about different the future, where we want our voice to actually convert into commands for our light switches, for our fridge, for our AC, etc. But who's going to provide all this backend technology? Definitely you need a device which will do that. And if the device is as expensive as your AC, then obviously it's not a starter. This business is not going to take off. Therefore, this Shakti chip and its devices, which it will power the multiple mobile devices, will fill in that gap which is there in the supply chain of mobile devices. So that is why this is a very, very exciting news, and it is open source. I think IIT Chennai, IIT Madras has done a fantastic job of making this very powerful chip and also making it open source. So this is something that I thought I will bring it to you. before I end my video, a big thanks to Performance Works International for sponsoring this video. Their book Inner CEO is a classic, is a bestseller, and if you are a small business owner or an enterprise chief executive, you need to bring out your inner CEO by reading this book. So friends, the link for reserving your copy is in the description below, and I will catch up with you next time with some other interesting topic. Until then, I like to say goodbye.
Morning, Neville. Welcome to Top Brass Spotlight.
Good morning, CK.
Yes, Neville. So, the today trending news in India is investment of Facebook in a Indian telecom operator called Reliance. They have a brand called Reliance Jio, and this Reliance group is so big. In the telecom sector, Facebook has picked up only 9.9% stake, which is equal to $5.7 billion. So they have taken up only 9.9% stake in a telecom operator in India. And there is a big plan to integrate WhatsApp with a core telecom platform. And they want to make huge strides using WhatsApp. They want to go to 300 million small shops, provision stores, which are very small. They are not as big as the supermarkets, but they are smaller. They are closer to clients. And they want to enable two things with this acquisition. One, they want to integrate the WhatsApp payment platform for micro payments using the digital platform. And number two, they want to enable local consumers to talk to the local shops and stores by faster communication. So they are going to plan a complete stride, and making sure that the competition between Walmart, Amazon, and now the Jio Mart is going to heat up in India. And the numbers are humongous. If you can see these numbers and appreciate, it's a very big deal. And let me tell you, Naval, this is the first of the large days, mega days, which are waiting to happen for India. The world community is looking at the digital society of India, which is in the range of 600 million small businesses using digital platforms which are already present in India, and 1.3 billion digital consumer base. So this is exactly the big news in India, where the Facebook is investing in a large telecom operators. They have picked up only small stake, but look at the numbers. It is deal worth $5.7 billion.
That's massive, massive deal. And let's look at that just very simply. Why are they doing that? And the simple answer is because communicating with people is the digital arena. How do you get your message out there? How do you put your company in the spotlight, as the program goes? You get to your audience. So it's that communication platform. And Facebook are just demonstrating exactly what all these big platform organizations can do. So Facebook's a platform. Your telecom arena is another platform. Put the two together, and actually it's a very, very powerful arena. In some respects, if you control the airwaves, you control your destiny, as someone might have said in the past. So how do we, the question today we've got for everyone out there that's listening is, how do you control your destiny? So you need to control your message, and you need to put it out there, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. But I'm quite excited because my business is also a small business in India, and I'm figuring in the 600 million small businesses which global cross-border business houses are aiming to address. So I'm also thinking there could be something for us as well. So like me, there are so many other people in India who are waiting for such mega days to happen. And together, I think we can drive the whole digital economy for the world.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And should be of no surprise to people that Facebook have taken this small stake. You know, it's not a controlling stake. It's not even a declarable stake in the corporate world. 9.9%. It's not a declarable item per se. It certainly isn't a change of control. And for those listening out there, 51% is not a change of control either. 25% might be a change of control, depending on who's holding the 25%. So, yeah, I mean, it's a huge, huge change in your arena. And it won't surprise me that they do this elsewhere. But let's face it, where are they going to do it? They can't do it in China because they're blocked. The Chinese do their own thing, as we know, with WeChat, etc. So where's the next place that they can do it? The biggest population in the world. Ta-da! Is India. You know, 1.3, 1.4, maybe 1.7 billion people if you actually had a proper census out there. You know, who knows how many people are actually living in India today.
That's right. So this is a trend. In fact, all the media channel, newspapers, tabloid, online, everybody's carrying this major news item. So let me ask you, Neville, what is trending in UK today?
Well, apart from that horrible thing called the coronavirus, which tends to hit every tabloid, every broadsheet, every financial paper, news item in the UK and certainly in the Western world, we had a catastrophic event that happened yesterday, and it was a global event. The oil price went negative. Listen to the words, negative. So in other words, this was a globally based commodity that people buy and sell on the open market, and you couldn't give it away yesterday. You had to pay for someone to take it away. It almost became the garbage can of the world. You know, you have to pay people to take this high valued commodity away. Now, it was only in certain parts of the world, to be fair. It was only in America because of just the way markets work. And the reason for it is quite simple. There's no air traffic happening. That uses oil, a particular type of jet fuel. There's not much travel happening. There's lots of cargo moving around, but people are not traveling. So there's no typical ordinary vehicle movement. It's been reduced hugely. We're also coming out of the cold season in America. So there's no requirement for heating oil in the majority of the US. So all of these factors means that no one wants the oil. And this is raw oil. This is not refined oil. They just do not want this raw commodity. And yesterday, on one particular trade, it was minus $37. So just imagine your business that's been working for years and years on an established type of platform, and you're selling your product for the same amount on a regular basis. We'll call it $50 for the sake of the discussion. And all of a sudden, through no fault of your own, you're now not getting $50. You can't store it because all of your storage has gone. You've got no warehousing facility where you can store it. And now what you're having to do is the first person that turns up, you're giving them $50 to take your units away. So that's a massive swing. That's $100 swing in your revenue stream. And by the way, it's now gone negative. Massive, absolutely massive. What's that doing for this? What's that doing for your modeling? What's that doing for your brain power, really? What do you think?
It's going to be a huge loss, and I think it's going to be a huge loss to the lobby, which is behind the oil industry. And let me express my feelings by giving you another piece of news which I heard 2-3 days back on a weekend, that Samsung is coming out with a solid state battery, and this is much more efficient and cheaper to produce than the lithium ion. So who knows, when the oil requirement because of coronavirus or COVID-19, people stop traveling, people have more of virtual business, people stop taking flights. Who knows, the battery come and replace this particular source for energy. You never know.
Well, you're absolutely right. And the thing about this is that the whole renewable discussion comes up into the forefront of lots of people's minds. Of course, the reality of life is, if oil is so cheap, actually renewables were expensive before, and that makes them even more expensive. So there is this balance we need to look on the world economy. What do we want for our environment going forward? And again, lots of these oil companies, they've been around for many years, and they're all doing their own thing to make it as much of a green energy solution as possible. But we've got the issue now is we need to ask that fundamental question. What do we want from the planet? So these are really big issues. And the thing is, if you're a company out there that has got a green solution, now's the opportunity to make that noise out there, to get your message over and show people exactly what you're doing and the benefits to it. There's never been a better opportunity. And your battery solution is just an absolute classic.
And you mentioned green revolution, green technology. Who knows, the oil which is not used in internal combustion engines today can be used in fuel cells tomorrow. So we never know how the things turn into in next 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But as we go back to the very beginning, this is about spotlight. This is about what's in the spotlight. So let's put you in the spotlight. So listen to what we're saying. Think about your organization. Think about who you want to be giving your message to, and come online with us, and we'll help you spread your word.
Certainly. So with more trends, we will catch up again tomorrow. You be safe and have a nice day, Neville.
Same to you, CK. Enjoy yourself, everybody, because it's the only life you've got.
Certainly. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. My name is Chandrakant. And you know that the entire world is reeling over the pandemic, and there are so many patients. The hospitals are overrun by patients. There are more patients and there are less doctors, and because of that there could be some communication gaps between doctors and patient. So this is exactly what we want to discuss. How do doctors or patient improve their communication skills while everyone under pressure? Before we start our discussion, a word on our giveaway. We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button. Now, let's get back to our discussion. Hello, friends. Let me introduce our guest today. She's joining us from London. Her name is Dr. Neha Sharma. She is very popular. She is also a beauty pageant. And today we would like to discuss about the role of smart communication, specifically between doctors and patient. So, without further ado, let me present Dr. Neha to you.
Hi, CK. Thank you so much for inviting me here. And I'm very excited to speak about how to be an effective communicator, and which is a key for any healthcare professional. And I think this topic is very close to my heart because of the obvious concern which we see on a regular basis on the social media, how much it has impacted, like how much to what extent the doctor and the patient relationship has been impacted. And somewhere I feel that this is a very hot topic, like how we can improve those things. And I feel like that communication is one of the key, which if it is being improved from both the patient side as well as from a doctor's side, then a lot of things can be prevented. So that's the whole idea of talking to you today about how to be an effective communicator.
Well, Neha, actually, the issue here is that, especially now when there is so much pressure on the medical system and a lot of patients are reaching the hospital, doctors usually are very polite. You know, they understand the problems of the patient, they listen to them very politely and give solution. But right now, I think everybody is so much stressed. So my question would be how doctors must still stay calm, maintain their cool, and respond to the patient in a proper way. You have any tips, guidance for the doctors?
Definitely, CK. I think the most important thing at this current moment is like this global pandemic has hit everyone equally. No, it's just not the common, the layman or the common population. It's equally very challenging and very, very traumatizing experience for the entire medical fraternity. And currently, if you see the situation, many doctors, many nurses, many healthcare professionals or the key workers, they have died serving the patient. And it is very challenging time to meet the expectation of the family when we know that situation is really very badly hit. Even in India, we can see that complete medical fraternity is right now in a situation where they're struggling. And obviously, the expectation of the patient and the family is also very high because they are concerned about their near and dear one. At the same time, there are medical concerns, there are need for hospitalization, there is need for more strict observation in the hospital. But at the same time, it's really difficult because we are running out of the resources. We are massively in manpower crisis. A lot of doctors and nurses, they're isolating as well at the same time. And those who are working on a regular basis, like, in order to cover the shift for their colleague as well, it's equally very difficult for them. So my most key or important advice for any of the healthcare professionals or even to the patient is try to be a good listener. And that is a key to be an effective communicator. And what I mean is that unless until we are proactive in terms of active listening, we can't be a very good or effective communicator. Only once we know how the person in front feels about his or her current condition or about his or her relative who is being brought to the hospital or to the doctor, unless until we know their genuine concern, unless until we have a habit of actively listening about their feeling, we can't give them comfort and we can't give them any further advice or suggestion which can make any change in their life. So I think the first key important thing is to be an active listener.
Well, Nehaji, the issue is that if there are many patients together and everybody's life is important and everybody needs to be saved, so the doctors are getting a lot of pressure from all sides, you know, the lack of medicines, the lack of working staff, and more number of patients. So, what is that, they should do? But after all, end of the day, they're all human beings. They get distracted, and while your advice is to be a good listener, but I think when there are so many things happening together at the same time, how the doctors must train themselves to cope up with this situation.
I think CK, like one of the key fundamental thing for the doctors is like obviously you have to listen, you have to be empathetic, you have to build up that rapport and trust when you're talking to the patient. You are very right in saying it is difficult, specifically if that same kind of thing is not there from the patient side or the relative side, because you can see everybody is impatient. Everybody want the treatment to happen proactive, like very quickly. They want the result. They want everything to know, but it isn't something a rocket science. It takes time even to know exactly what are the condition, what are the cause behind this suffering, or why this patient is brought here, whether it is COVID positive or is it a COVID negative with some other comorbid condition. It takes time to come up to that conclusion that this is the diagnosis and this is the treatment for that. I think right now the major issue is nobody has got patience, and that is the main thing which actually puts this doctor and patient relationship into more vulnerable situation. And I think it has to develop from both the side. We have to have a patience. At the same time, I think when a lot of people are coming at the same time and they all are talking, obviously we have to take a step back and we have to request them, see, this doesn't make any sense to us. We need to understand, but let's sit down together. Let's listen what is happening right now. Let's have an on table discussion about what's happening right now. What are the things and possible differential diagnosis here, like for the patient, and what will be our strategy to address this current condition. So I think it has to be in that way, but that will only come up when we have a mutual trust and when we are ready to listen to each other and to make a concrete plan in order to benefit our patient. But that has to be on from the both the parties. It's not just something from the doctor's end, it has to be from the patient end as well.
Well, Neha, this is something like a crisis situation, and suddenly it has extrapolated, or I would say exponentially aggravated, and nobody is prepared for this. Doctors are not prepared for it. Patients are never having a lot of patience as we speak. But I think there is no time for training. There is no time to learn. There is no time to waste, and it's a matter of life and death. So in such a situation, I think the communication is very, very critical. But I know I've been to hospital recently for my parents, and I've seen the doctor being so calm, cool all the time. Patients will say whatever they want to say. They will vent out on the doctor. Doctor will not react. But now, for past 10 days, I am seeing a different, totally different attitude from the doctors, and there is no time for training. So how, what is your two-letter mantra for the doctors they should follow?
I think it's very hard for me to say, CK, because the situation is quite individual, like it's quite different in each scenario. I think it is a very challenging situation for everyone, and everyone is human being, and it's just not about patient being feeling like vulnerable and in a situation where the things are completely out of control. Even as a healthcare professional, at this current situation, we feel being helpless as well because we wanted to help the patient, we wanted to save their lives, but many things are not in our hand. We are trying our best, but at the same time, it is impacting us. It is impacting our mental well-being as well. And even like it's not something easy for us to have every day facing this thing for last 1 year and still being very positive in our attitude, still being very calm and composed. It is something which is like very, very draining kind of experience for everyone. But at the same time, the things which helped me, CK, which I'm saying on my personal experience, like I don't know about my other colleagues, but the thing which has helped me is I do regular meditations and yoga. I do regular exercise, and I do listen to spiritual leaders on a regular basis. For me, like I hear BK Shivani ji on a regular basis, Gaur Gopal Das ji on a regular basis, Sadhguru on a regular basis. And these three people, apart from my parents and some of my very close mentors, these are the people with whom I'm speaking regularly, and I'm sharing my views like, this is how I feel. And my husband as well, obviously, because I'm here with him for 24 hours. So it is important. It is important, even as a doctor, even as a human being, no matter what side of where you're standing, whether you are standing at a receiving end or at a giving end, to share your feeling, to share your emotion, how you feel like. Even as a doctor, it's important for you to say that I don't feel okay with that. I'm feeling traumatized. And a lot of, I have seen even in the healthcare professionals having that post-traumatic stress disorder after seeing so many deaths in the hospital. And it's not easy. We all are equally vulnerable. But the only thing, CK, which can prevent us is being open, being honest about our feeling, being very clear and concise in terms of our thought process, even when we are giving any sort of message to the patient, being very, very clear what is the situation, how the things are, making them realize that this is the realistic thing on the ground right now. This is how the things are going. And once we have that kind of trust, mutual respect, and a clear message exchange between the two parties, I think a lot of things can be prevented. But the first and the most important thing for any healthcare professional, I would say, is please don't ignore your mental well being. And that is very important, because if you are mentally strong, which is very, very hard in this current situation to maintain, please be open, please share it with somebody whom you are close. And if you think you're still struggling, get a right help, because there are a lot of people, there are specialists, there are psychotherapists, there are psychiatrists as well. There's a lot of people who are there around you, or maybe your parents, maybe somebody whom you're close to, maybe your partner, maybe your close friend. But just share your feeling. Don't just keep that negative feelings to accumulate within yourself, which will impact your mental well-being. And I think this is the hour of the need, that we have to be careful about our mental well-being. At the same time, not losing our hope, having a positive attitude in life, and spreading the right cause. This is what I feel, CK, that can prevent many tragedies in future.
Absolutely, Nehaji. In fact, I think we can expect a lot from the medical, industry, especially doctors. We sometimes feel that doctors can do wonders, but we do not, we do not remember. Their end of the day, they are also one of us. They are also humans. They are also affected by emotions. So my appeal to everyone today, because these are trying times, we must develop patience, and some of the guidance that the Dr. Neha Sharma has given to fellow doctors, I think that is applicable for everyone. We must calm down, take the whatever wrong is going on in a positive stride, trying to make sure that we don't overshoot our emotions and vent it out on medical professionals or doctors. I think that is my learning from you after talking to you, Neha.
Thank you. I think God has given us one mouth, CK, and two ears. So that is for a reason. We have to listen first, we have to hear more, and we have to speak less. But at the same time, there's a difference between when we say that somebody is a talented communicator and somebody says that he's a very effective communicator. There's a difference between a talented and effective. Okay. And the main difference is an effective communicator is the one who is trustworthy, who is empathetic, who is a good listener, who understand and who believes in resolving the conflict rather than actually supporting the conflict. So if these things are there in any of the individual, I think a lot of things can be changed.
Absolutely. I think we are still reeling over the pandemic, and it's not over yet. I think we will discuss this subject once more again in future sometime, and also much more interesting subjects with you in the programs which are going to come in future. So for today, I'd like to say goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you, CK. Pleasure is absolutely mine.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show, Great Kings of India. Today we have an eminent historian, Mrs. Binda Paranjpe, who is the head of the department of Banaras Hindu University. And today also we'll be discussing about Great King of India. And welcome to the show, Bindaji. How are you today?
Very nice.
Okay, Bindaji, as you know,
I
we had
feel
been discussing.
encouraged talking to.
Yes, it's so wonderful to talk to you every time and listen about these great personalities of Indian country, of India. So today, as you know, that we are discussing Chalukya, and today also we yet another Badami Chalukya king, Vikramaditya II, who ruled approximately 40 years. And the inscription shows that he was a great general. Even before his coronation, he had conducted a successful military campaign against Pallavas of Kanchipuram. So we would like to hear from Bindaji about this great king.
To begin with, let me make a small correction that
Yes.
the longer period of rule was of Vikramaditya's father. Vikramaditya didn't get, as a king,
Okay.
he didn't get a long time. He ruled almost for about 11 years as an independent king. But yes, he had a long span of career because he started administrative responsibilities, discharging the administrative responsibilities even as a prince. And then for some time, he was also ruling as a joint ruler along with his father. So in that sense, we can say that he had a long span of career. But as I said, Vikramaditya in the 8th century.
Okay.
Now, for India, and especially for northern part of India, this period is extremely crucial because this was the time when Arabs had started advancing militarily towards India. So, on that backdrop, then we would see the importance of the career of this king.
Yes, and
How would you like to know about him?
Yes, I would like to know the impact of his administration, and I also I just read a few aspect of his era, and I know that Lokeshwara temple and Lokeshwara temple constructed during his era was a fascinating and a centerpiece of UNESCO World Heritage. So I would like to know more about this great king. I think many people may not be knowing the contribution of Badami Chalukya king Vikramaditya II.
Yeah. So this is, we are doing it in a series of lectures about the great kings of ancient India. And we have already spoken about Pulakeshin II. He was a mighty ruler of this dynasty, the dynasty of Badami Chalukyas as they're called. And he was a contemporary of another great monarch of India from northern side of India, that was Harshvardhan. So when we are talking about Vikramaditya II, we have to remember that this is on the backdrop of the great military, administrative, and cultural achievements of Pulakeshin II, who ruled almost 90 years before this king. Interestingly, we can see that there was a period of little less influence of the Badami Chalukyas because the Pallavas had become very powerful. In fact, probably the death of Pulakeshin is also attributed to the war against the Pallavas. So that runs in the family, that the most natural enemy of the Badami Chalukyas were the Pallavas. And Vikramaditya, he continued with wars against Pallavas, and in a way that defeat at the hands of Pallavas was avenged by Vikramaditya II. He fought against the Pallavas in his career thrice. Once when his father was ruling, but the main military campaign was led by Vikramaditya. Second, when he was the king, coronated king of the Badami Chalukyan throne. And the third time, it was his son, Kirtivarman II, who fought on behalf of the main ruling king, that is Vikramaditya II. The point to be noted here is that geographically speaking, the entire region of South India came under the influence of the Chalukyas of Badami during the time of Vikramaditya II. Because these three wars against the Pallavas, they were decisive wars. And after that, Pallavas really could not regain their power. And simultaneously, the other small kingdoms, the then small kingdoms, of course, subsequently those kingdoms also became the mighty kingdoms, but the Pandyas, the Keralas, the Kalabras, the Cholas were also defeated by Vikramaditya II. So if you see that the whole peninsular India came under the influence of the Badami Chalukyas. Now, in that sense, we can call him a great empire builder. But more, I would like to draw attention with the event that I was mentioning right in the beginning, that this was the time when North India was threatened, and especially the northwestern part of India, right up to the middle part of Gujarat, with the Arab invasion. And they also invaded a part that was uh, a principality under the Badami Chalukyas, the latter prant of Gujarat that was adjacent to the coastal districts of Maharashtra. The ruler there was sometimes called as a governor or maybe a subordinate, but belonging to the Chalukyan family line. He was also called Pulkeshin. And of course, he's the one who actually fought against the Arabs. But why I'm mentioning it is, where do the role of Vikramaditya II comes? This ruler of Lat Gujarat, and also the other feudatory of the Vikramaditya II, Danti Durga, who later on became the independent ruler of the Rashtrakutas, they fought against the Arabs. And Vikramaditya recognized their contribution towards stopping the Arab invasion from coming to the southern part of India, to the Deccan. And then he conferred a lot of respectful titles upon these subordinates and encouraged them and acknowledged their contribution. So I think if you see what was happening in the North India, this ruler, the southern ruler, the ruler of the Badami Chalukyas, seemed to be very, very conscious about protecting his boundaries, and that too from the Arab invasion. That time the Arabs were called Tajikas. And on the other hand, what we should see is that on the coastal region, the Arab traders were welcomed. They were there and they were trading with the Indian southern part also, and main trade link between the Central Asian regions and far off regions of Europe also. So I think Vikramaditya II's this crucial time at which he was ruling needs to be contextualized with the Arab invasion.
Yeah, so when we are talking about Pulkeshan, he was again was a good administrator. He make friends by marriage alliances. A part of this, he also he was also a good administrator, as I told you, and he also fought many war, and he was undefeated till last when he died with Pallavas conflict. But then if we see Vikramaditya, Badami Chalukya King Vikramaditya II era, I think he is more of a raging war and protecting the boundaries of his empire. So did he got really to rule his empire, give administration, and give happy life to his people at that point of time?
Uh, One very great epigraphist and ancient historian, Dr. K.V. Ramesh, has thoroughly analyzed the inscriptions of the Badami Chalukyas, and based on that, he has reconstructed history of the Chalukyas, of Vatapi as he chooses to call it. The modern name is Badami. He has shown that Vikramaditya Dvitiya's rule, except for his wars against the Pallavas, was a peaceful rule. And during this time of peace, he put all his resources and energy and administrative skills in undertaking lot of construction activities. The temples were constructed. We also have got some epigraphic evidence about the tanks, obviously for irrigation and perennial water supply to people. He also encouraged education, which in those days was more in the hands of the Vedic learners. So he encouraged them by giving large scale donations, establishing them, and gave them land donations so that they can um, be self supportive and conduct the activity of imparting Vedic knowledge. He also seemed to have encouraged the Jain scholars. Now, this is very significant because the Jains were very prominent in southern part of Karnataka region, and he supported them. We have got evidences that he gave donations to the Jain temples. He patronized the Jain scholars. He recognized their importance by way of making arrangements for perpetual endowment, for feeding and rest houses which are attached to the Jain temple. So it is not just at the stray occurrence of a king visiting a place and making some donation. It was a very thoughtful plan of supporting Jainism also, equally the way the Vedic tradition, the Vaishnava and Jain traditions were supported.
So when we talk about the peaceful era of Badami Chalukya king Vikramaditya II, so, and you also mentioned that he had a great ties with Arabs, though Arab invaded and they defeated with the help of Rashtrakuta also fought at that point of time to stop Arabs. So apart of this, what were the economic condition in South India, and are the culture and the trade ties were there with other countries?
We don't have any direct reference about it in the time of Vikramaditya II, but definitely this was a time when India had good trade relations with Southeast Asia. It had just started, it was the beginning phase of it. And basically, all the wealth that we are talking about, the Pallavas, and that wealth that came to the Badami Chalukyas because of the invasion of the Pallava country, a major part of it was coming because of the trade with Southeast Asia. So in that sense, indirectly, the kingdom of Vatapi was getting benefit of that trade. But other than that, I think good amount of provision was done for encouraging agriculture. As I said, we have reference to making of tanks. We also have got references about the lands being donated to temples and to the priests. Usually what happens that when such land donations are made and people start plowing and cultivating that land on behalf of the temple or on behalf of those priests who got donations, the surrounding land also starts coming under the plow. Now, the donations which are made, they are rent free. The state is not getting income out of it. But then why does the state encourage this? Because that encouragement that the other agriculturists are getting for bringing more and more land under cultivation, and then the state gets more revenue by that. So I think Vikramaditya also continued with this policy, and I'm sure he must have encouraged a lot of new lands to be brought under plow, because we have the geographical locations. If we see, they are near the rivers, they are near the water streams, they are at the foothills of the uh, regions of Western Ghats. So I think this shows planning on part of the king to make sure that the state keeps getting good revenues.
So I can safely say that Badami Chalukya king Vikramaditya re-established a strong empire by defeating Pallavas. Now, though what I feel is condition of women in most of these great empires were good, But what you can say about condition of women during uh, Badami Chalukya Vikramaditya II's era?
As it goes, that generally we don't see a very high position of women. But if we talk about the royal house, it definitely encouraged women to participate in administration. Um, in our earlier talk, we gave reference to the participation of queens in the administration in the rule of Kalyani Chalukyas, which is later than Badami Chalukyas. I think the tradition was already there in the Badami Chalukyas, and we have reference to that the queen of Vikramaditya II also participated in the administration, number one. Number two, what we can see is that he had two queens who were sisters from the same family. That was the family of the Hayayas, very ancient lineage family. And both of them, they constructed very important, very impressive temples, made donations to those temples so that the temple maintenance will not be a problem, and also gave donations for the learned priests, Brahmins who would come and visit those temples. Apart from that, they also specially paid attention to the craftsmen. Now, this is something which is not so common. We get less reference to the craftsmen being encouraged, honored. They were honored by giving them special titles, like one of the architects of temple by Trailokya Mahadevi. He was called Tribhuvanachari. Like, he was the best in the world in his uh, architecture, architect skills. They were given exemptions from the taxes. So this is something which is very unique. And if the queens are doing it, that means they must be having certain say in the administration, and their word was respected by the king. So in that sense, if we not talk about the general conditions of the general women, like, always anywhere in the world, we can say that women cannot be a homogeneous category. So different women from different class and different sections of society, they have different kinds of rights. But certainly this, in the royal house at least, these women, the queens, they had a very important positions to be held, and their word was respected. But other than that, something very important that I want to mention here when we are talking about these queens and the donations that they made to the temple. The Trailokya Mahadevi, who was probably who was the elder sister amongst the two who were married to the same king, she made arrangements that certain measures of grains would be given to the temple uh, every season, because that was required for the temple feasts, maybe, or the regular offerings to the god in the temple. But she mentions that it should not be made compulsory on the people.
Okay.
So, this very thought that not being exploitative,
Right.
not using any brute force.
Right.
I think this is possible when they must have taken people in confidence, and with their cooperation, such kind of pronouncement was made. And I thought that this is something very unique, because otherwise in the inscriptions, what we get is that this much of land was given in donation, or this much of grain was announced to be given to the temple. This is very common. In most of the inscriptions, we get these kinds of details. But making it further clear that this should not be by operation. People should not feel oppressed with it. They should not feel it compulsory. It should come more as a voluntary contribution. The very thought of it, I'm not vouching for it, whether in practice always it happened like that. But at least the ideal of the kings to take people in confidence, to do the act with their cooperation, it's, I think, very interesting. Another unique feature, which I felt is not so common with other kings, And especially if we are talking about the Chalukyas and the Pallavas and the tension and the military campaigns that went amongst them. Uh, uh, Pulakeshin II had a defeat at the hands of probably Narasimhavarman first, the Pallava king. He takes a proud title, Vatapi Kond, means the destroyer or the defeater of Vatapi. Vatapi is the capital city of the Chalukyas. But we also have description about the damage that was caused due to annexation of Vatapi by the Pallava king. On the other hand, when we see that Vikramaditya II entered the capital city of the Pallavas, that is Kanchi, he did not cause any damage to the city. In fact, it is very clearly written in the inscriptions that he paid respect to the learned Brahmins and he gave generous gifts to the people who are needy, poor, people who did not have strength to support themselves. Very clearly, it has been written that when he entered the city, he did not cause any damage to the city. So, on the backdrop of what Pallavas had done, if we say that Vikramaditya II was avenging that defeat, but his way of avenging that defeat was more like a true warrior. You fought a war, you won the war, you forced the king to leave his kingdom, but when you enter his capital city, you respect the people because your rivalry is not with the people.
Right.
So he tried to gain confidence of the people. Second very important thing that he did is that, and this description is very graphic. I think more and more people should know about it, because on one side we have got a lot of texts. They tell you about the ideals of the kings, the principles on which the polity should run. And here we have got more or less a reliable evidence to show that the kings were following it in ancient times. So the temple wealth by way of precious ornaments, gold that was offered to the god, that was recorded. Probably to see how much of wealth possession this temple has. The temple in the Kanchi itself, Rajasimheswar temple, where Vikramaditya II entered the city and saw the temple. The recording was made and he returned all that wealth to the same temple. He did not carry it along.
Okay. So that's a great gesture actually. And
so unique. I mean, I
yes.
think these kinds of references are not very common.
Right.
What he took away was more the royal emblems and insignia. Like we have got a reference to a particular kind of musical instrument, kotumukh, some string instrument maybe. Maybe that was very special to the royal court. That was taken away. The banner, which was the banner of the Pallavas, the Khatwang was shown on that, that was taken. So all that was a symbol of the power of the Pallavas was taken, but the wealth was kept back where it belonged to. And not only once, we have got more evidence also of that the other temples were also equally respected by the king. And something that was so common in ancient India, that the war loot will be there. And in that, the temples were also not spared. But here we have got a king who respected the respect to the same god.
Yeah, I also heard that after the war, he also treated well the Pallava king. He's not like insulted him or something like that. He also was very kind of just in his attitude. So I think
What I also said, but this is common. I mean, most of the ancient kings, if a king is how to say, accepts the victory of the other king, then no harm was caused. So in that sense, yes, he followed the ancient rule of polity.
So I think there's no doubt that Badami Chalukya king Vikramaditya II was one of the greatest king of India. And people should read about him and the way he conquered, the way he re-established Chalukya dynasty, the way he was carrying a king of his era. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, madam, and know about this great king. We'll be discussing about another great king in next episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to today's edition of CEO Roundtable. In this edition, we want to discuss about ways and means of handling the negative criticism or negative feedback. The negative feedback can happen from your bosses or from your clients or anyone from the industry. To discuss this subject, let me introduce my guests on the panel, Mr. Naval Gund. He joins us from London and he's the chairman of MindFit Limited.
Good morning, everybody.
Pleasure to see you here, Naval. Our second guest is Farida Charania. She is the CEO of a very new age HR company called Career Zoom. She joins us from Singapore.
Hello everyone. Hope everyone has had a good week so far. I'm very much looking forward to the weekend.
Yes, Farida, welcome to the roundtable. And our last guest is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She joins us from India and she is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies.
Hi, how everybody? How everybody is?
We are all fine, Kanchan. So let's start the discussion. See, many times when we face the people, when we are in public life or even work with 5 people, there is bound to be some sort of input for us. And what I feel is that when somebody is giving negative feedback, you know, and anyone can give positive feedback, but if someone decides to give a negative feedback, it's not easy for that person to come out and give that feedback. People tend to know this, yet they don't take this as a constructive feedback. They get into shell. So let me call Naval in discussing this further. How should we actually take this negative criticism forward?
Well, it's a really good question because it happens all the time. And in fact, it happens more often than we care to think about, because whenever we hear negative things around us, we tend to shut down and stop listening because we don't like it. We don't like confrontation. But underlying all of this is we need to realize what feedback is all about. Feedback is, break it down, feed. We're feeding something that we need. We're getting really important information back. So for what reason? So we can understand what we're doing better and we can do things better. So it's to grow. They say feedback is the breakfast of champions. And I talk about this all the time. Why is it breakfast? Because it's the first meal of the day. And you should enjoy feedback. So part of this is not giving negative feedback because people won't listen to it. So you need to stop yourself doing it. And I'm sure we're going to get into some of that discussion of how you can do that. But more importantly, keep your ears and eyes open to receiving feedback. And even if it is negative, take it on the chin, because there might be a nugget in there that's really important that will make your life a lot easier if you listen to it and take it on. So this is such an important subject, really. We're not taught feedback. We don't have a lesson on feedback, do we? We don't start our school career having feedback lessons, and yet we get feedback all the time. So open it up to everyone here, because we've got a really diverse audience, a diverse panel this morning, which is really good, because we've got lots of different views from different parts of the world, and we've got that great feminine male mix here. Because, ladies, do you like people shouting at you? Do you go to areas where people shout at you? Do you enjoy being shouted at? I don't, by the way. I mean, this isn't a male or female.
Kanchan, you want to go first?
Yeah, I also want to tell you these are few important points which we are discussing. As Bill Gates says, the most unhappy customer is the greatest source of learning. So feedbacks gives you a opportunity to learn. Now, when a feedback is given, then it should not be taken as emotionally, and you should not maybe ask a person who's giving you feedback in a negative way. Don't speak to him in a negative way. Rather, you find out, you say thank you, because there is an opportunity of learning in that process. And you can always think that where as a manager or as a product manager or as a service provider, where I am wrong. So, and then you should be giving thank you to a person who is giving feedback, and then maybe take time to reverse back whatever the fault is, and also give information that this is how we have changed based on the feedback which is given by a person. So in this process, what will happen? Though you first encountered a negative feedback from your customer, from your friend, or from your boss, but when you correct it and then you inform these correction to the concerned person based on the feedback, that person feels good, and eventually there are chances that that person will become as your customer, or maybe somebody who look up to you for further guidance. Isn't it, Farida?
I think excellent point. And to answer Neville's question, whether we enjoy being shouted at, I don't think a lot of people enjoy being shouted at. But feedback is it's a tough animal to tame, honestly, because we all kind of say that we are good to get feedback, but most of us actually are emotional about this feedback. So like Kanchan was advising, that don't take it emotionally, but the fact is that we are humans, we are all emotional. So I have a 3-step process for absorbing any kind of feedback. One is listen. So listen to respond, don't react. Because understand, in a work setting, the feedback is not about you as a person, it's about your performance. And feedback is basically an opportunity for the person to see where there are gaps and understand their developmental areas. So, first is, listen and understand, don't react, don't get defensive, because you might just put off the other person, and then it is your loss because you are not listening where there are gaps. Secondly, absorb it, understand as to what part of the feedback is something that you can actually work with, what are things that you can do, because ultimately it's about your performance. It's about how you are in the workplace and what you can actually do or tweak to make your performance better. Also assess, because there are two types of feedbacks. One is negative feedback, which is for making you aware of the developmental areas the other person sees it, and one is there are just some nasty people, so that you can always kind of keep aside, because that's criticism and sometimes it might not even be constructive. And as a person, we are able to understand that if we listen, we don't react, and we respond and we absorb. Absorption is the stage where you start evaluating all the points that someone has actually told you. It might be negative, but you need to pick and choose what you can actually work on. You can change, and it can be something that's constructive. It will be useful for you, it will be useful for the people that you work with and the organization you work for, or even in general if you are in school, etc. And the third step is basically follow through. So now you have realized after evaluation that I was given this feedback, it sounded negative, but these are 3 points that I have picked up as an individual which I want to work on. Follow through, have a plan for yourself where you have, for instance, if there was feedback that you are very scattered in your brain, whenever there's a meeting, you are never prepared. It's a very straightforward feedback, it is negative. But the thing is, you know that, and you know it will actually be useful. So next time, the follow through means that you understand what things actually you could change in that approach. This is not an overnight process, but it's a gradual process, and eventually after actually following through for a while, you might yourself see a difference. So the 3 steps which I like to summarize again is listen, absorb, and follow through. So this is my take on it. And of course, coming back to somebody shouting at you, I don't think that's acceptable. In any setting, nobody should be shouting at each other because we are all professionals, or we are all grown-up human beings. And when someone talks to someone, it shouldn't be shouting. It should be a conversation.
I love that because it's contextual, and that's the important thing. And let's look at listen, absorb, and follow through. LAF. If you start to say what LAF, it's laugh. Have a laugh. Because that's what feedback should be about. Have a laugh, enjoy it, get it forward. So thanks, Fareed. I mean, I've learned something there today because I can now give someone else. You should have a laugh. Feedback, you have a laugh, mate, and it's nice having that East End accent on it because they spell laugh, Laugh, LAF, because it's quick and easy and we can all understand it. But just picking on that is contextual. So Kanchan was talking about in a customer service type arena. I mean, we're all customers. I bet we've all walked into a shop really angry about having bad customer service. And yet we're all on here talking about you shouldn't be angry, you shouldn't be shouting at people, you should be giving feedback to the assistant. I mean, the assistant didn't make that beautiful dress that actually has got a stain on it and should never have been given to you and should never have been put on the hanger. The assistant's just an assistant. They're just there as the front line of that organisation. But how many people do we see in an ordinary week as we go around the shops where someone is having an argument, a real stand-up argument with a sales assistant who is probably paid a lot less than they are? So contextualize things in a way that we really should be thinking about it. And then we'll have a laugh.
So I think I take the opportunity to summarize these very nice advices given by the panelists. But before that, I would like to clarify that shouting is not really a feedback. I just want to draw a conclusion around it. Shouting is misbehavior. So I don't think anybody should take shouting lying down. They can take it in whatever way they want to take it. The feedback is really positive feedbacks are there because many times you have the intuition, you already know what is working, what is not working. But I think people, when they give negative feedback to different people, it needs courage, because giving a negative feedback, it actually would result into snapping of ties. And yet some people give negative feedback. So I think it is our responsibility to break it down. And I will take on from where Farida stopped, which is follow-ups. So I think from my point of view, you take the negative feedback, analyze it, see where we are going wrong, Second thing we can do is talk to other people about it, because you never know. You may be doing things which are absolutely wrong and you don't even know about it. And just that one out of the blue person has given you this feedback, maybe you should check it out. Maybe you should find out whether it is reality or not. So you do a little bit of survey, and then having found certain things about the feedback, you should go back to the person who has given you as a follow-up. So I think these are the three steps that we should do uh, as a first, in the first instant. But then the negative feedback can also become a strength. So I leave it open how to make this negative feedback become our strength, and anyone can come and talk about it.
I like to pick that up because I strongly believe that negative feedback is better than no feedback, because you're getting something back. Um, One of the things that, if it's really something that bothers you as a person, ask for time to process that feedback, because if you don't get feedback, you would go on doing the same thing. A lot of people might think, but like CK said, it's a very courageous thing to give negative feedback to someone. So that person is actually taking that step and telling you that there is something that needs attention. Yeah. So absorb it, ask for time. Sometimes there are, if the person is very defensive, sometimes people start apologizing right away. That's not really something that should be the reaction. If you really feel very, very bothered by it, and if you feel that, oh my God, what has happened, ask for some time. It's all right. Just relax. uh, so there is an incident which I'll share. Many years ago, this is a lot of you people watching might not be born by then, but this is very long time ago when I was in school. And I I was always used to having positive feedback from my teachers, because I was one of those kids who was good at everything, at least I believed so. And then one day I had my physical education teacher give me feedback, saying that your stride is long but you don't have speed. Now this is very simple thing, but I actually went into a depression because I couldn't take that feedback. I said, no, I've been winning trophies for my school, and I am good at it. But I was very young, because at that the age of 12 or 13, you don't really kind of understand how to process that feedback. So it's the same thing. Some of us grow up, we still think that way because we can't process the feedback. And it impacted me so much that I actually stopped running. And it went on for a while before I picked it up again, and I picked it back in my 20s. So this happened when I was maybe 12 years old, and till about 24 I didn't run at all. I didn't do any competitive running. So uh, the cusp of the whole thing is that if this feedback is impacting a person negatively, honestly the person giving the feedback is not going to bear the brunt of it. You as an individual are going to bear the brunt of it. So be happy that someone gave you that feedback. It's an opportunity. If it doesn't apply to you, I mean, it's all right. But if you can take something back from that, why not?
I think that's a brilliant example.
Yes, it is, and I would like to take it from what Farida is saying. Taking feedback positively is also very, very essential, because many times people don't know that, how to get the information about that particular feedback. So, and they become disoriented, and they don't know how to get data. So that is also very important to really take it positively. That is first step. And second is that get more information, what is wrong and what is right, how can we improve this, and what, because there are always a scope of improvement in any services, or we can even improve a little bit in a product also. So I think to get more information, to get more inputs and get more data is very, very essential, rather than becoming disoriented during this learning process.
Yeah, it's really important that we can get disoriented. You're absolutely right. And the key message that I think we need to be telling people today is if you're giving feedback, I don't like this positive and negative issue. It's feedback. Why am I giving you feedback? Well, I'm either going to be praising what you're doing, and when we praise people, actually, we praise in public, because that shows actually everyone else how good this person's doing. But we never criticize in public. We always criticize in person, away from everything else. But as I say, we're giving feedback for two reasons. We're either praising you, and one of the best phrases I had from a boss of mine who wasn't really forthcoming in very appreciative words, but he used to tap me on the shoulder, and it wasn't very often, by the way. He used to tap me on the shoulder. He said, "Well done, Neville." Now that meant everything to me, because I knew that praise from this person was like winning the gold medal. And we all know what that feeling is when we've done something really well. But we don't need that praise from someone else to be told we've done it really well. We know we've done it really well. So give feedback to yourself, because that's really important. Look in the mirror and say, you did this really well today, and you could improve on this and this and this. Notice that's not negative, is it? So it's how we're delivering it. And remember, we're giving feedback to somebody else. So who's it for? It's not for you. It's for them. So you need to get them in the right mood to accept it. And Farida, as you said, you were in the mood to get something, but it was very negative. And then for 10 years, it was so negative, and yet wasn't that negative really when you look back on it. It was, you can improve this, but it was given to you in the wrong way from a teacher. I mean, that's the embarrassing thing. And more importantly, when that teacher saw the effect it had on you, they did nothing about it. So we've got to remember that when we give feedback to somebody, we've got to think of the consequences. And we need to be there to help them with the consequences, not just to say, well, I've given you feedback and now I'm just going to clear off. So there's in a business context, you're there all the time, so you can actually see the consequences. And I'm going to go back to this, have a laugh, because it's where it should be. In a business arena, we all want to be the best. We all want to not be the weakest link in the team. We all want to be part of the team and pulling in the right direction. And the only way we're going to do that is to get feedback. And it's as simple as that, really. Let's not make it too complicated. And remember, if it's important to give it, find a way to give it in the best way you can.
I also want to add one point is that if you get some critical feedback, so don't take it in isolation, because there are it can impact you in your emotionally, but rather than you can seek help to people who have more experience or somebody who's closer to you. So in that way, you are more sound in really accepting that negative or constructive feedback. That is also one important aspect.
So let me summarize this. So we're going back to the same point where we need to analyze the feedback. We need to do a little bit of survey, do market study of that feedback, and then we have to follow with the person who has given us the feedback. But how do we utilize this feedback as our strength? So in my opinion, the strength would come from doing all this exercise and then adapting the best method way forward. Because all the feedback, I mean, if you look at the journey of all other leaders, Neville was talking about feedback is the breakfast of champions and so on. So all these champions we have seen, I don't want to take any specific name, but I think they have been criticized almost like 90% in their lifetime, in their career. And this 10% is what that makes them a leader. So I think the leadership journey is based on negative criticism and feedback. And this is how you can convert all feed. In fact, you should demand feedback. Um, and you should not look at positive feedback because it is already known to you, but you should more specifically look at the negative feedback because that is what will determine your future journey. Neville, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think this has been a really interesting conversation, and we've given people, lots of little tricks of the trade to get out there and do it. I think if you're not very good at giving feedback, start with yourself. Look in the mirror on a daily basis and start the day off with feedback. Feedback is a breakfast of champions. Start the day off. Look in the mirror and saying, today I'm going to do this, 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 and this. And even put a sticky note on the mirror. And at the end of the day, go back and look at the sticky note. Did I do it? Yeah, I feel great about that. And immediately you're giving yourself some feedback. And if you didn't do it, you say, actually, I didn't do as well as I thought I was going to do, but tomorrow I'm going to do this differently. And as soon as you start to do that yourself, all of a sudden that practice will move into practicing with other people. This isn't difficult to do. We haven't been taught how to do it. We've been taught to do science and languages and maths and goodness knows for many years, but we've never been taught how to relate with other people and have a conversation, because feedback is just a conversation. Nothing more, nothing less. And I think that's where we need to start. Have a conversation with ourselves and start to be honest. And then we're in a really good position to have a conversation with other people.
I'd like to add to this. So George Bernard Shaw actually said that the biggest problem with communication is the illusion that it's already happened. Yeah. And I think feedback is the same thing, because a lot of us actually live in our own silos, and especially now in the COVID prone pandemic world, we are all working from our homes, we are working in isolation. There is very little exchange. So if there is feedback, it shouldn't happen the way I took it when I was a child, because it put me off something completely and I was too young to deal with it. But I think any feedback that comes is an opportunity, and now more so because we work alone, since we are working from home and we are not in an office setting. So it's very difficult to even understand the body language of the person who's giving you that feedback. So use that opportunity. Don't take it personally. Remember one thing: in a work setting, it's not about you as a person. So if I'm getting feedback, and this, as a child, when I couldn't relate to it, it was not about me, Farida, as a person. It was about my performance. And had I taken that feedback, spoken to somebody, I would have been able to improve. Who knows? I could have made sports my, career. But I didn't do that. So I think I have learned from my mistakes. And the same thing I would say to the viewers, that if there is feedback, don't react. If you need to talk, respond, because understand what the person is saying. Sit back, take a deep breath. Again, I'm stressing, it's not about you as a person, it's about your performance. And it is an opportunity to actually change some things. It's a developmental area, and it's eventually going to be in your benefit. So feedback is better than having no feedback. Negative or positive doesn't matter, but feedback is important, and somebody is actually putting time to give that to you. So use it.
Good point. Very good point.
Kanchan, you have any last comments?
Yeah, I just want to add that don't dwell on the feedback, rather find out the solutions. That's very important. And take it as a chance for improvement. Take it as a chance, at least somebody has taken pain to really come up to you and tell what other person feels about certain service or product. So take it as if it's a learning, rather than you start arguing and taking time and positioning yourself that you are right or other person is wrong. So that gives a very, very bad impression. So I think you should take up a feedback very positively in a healthy way and try to learn out of it.
And one closing point, and it's picking up again on Farida's experience. She was a child. We all know children, and some of us have got grandchildren. When we speak with them, that's feedback. Just think about what we're saying to our children and our grandchildren, because they believe you. Remember, you're the person they love. You're the person they believe. And if you say something about them, they'll believe it. And it might damage a blossoming career, as we've heard, but you just don't know what you're doing. And this is the problem. We need to understand what we're doing with that conversation. And with children, please be careful, because you could damage a very blossoming career down one arena because you've said the wrong thing.
So I think we had a great learning from the panelists today, and it's a very large subject. It's a huge subject. We can go on. Um, it's a never-ending, and feedback itself is a very big subject. So we have shared certain tricks to handle it, and this is just tip of the iceberg. So if viewers, if you want to know more about it, you can engage with us, and we can take you through the journey of handling the feedback. It is not for the benefit of the people, but it is your benefit, because if you are able to take feedback, then you will become a better leader and successful one. So with this, I will end this discussion today. Do engage with us, do write in, and we can get you the right teacher for you to learn the tricks of the trade. And with this, I'll say goodbye, friends. I'll catch you again in the next CEO Roundtable next Friday. Bye-bye all.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and as you know, in this series we are trying to enhance the literacy around the digital issues. And since so many people are now visiting the web and also putting their work on the online on the web, so it is, I think, becoming very, very important to have the right amount of knowledge, right amount of literacy, and also understanding how and why you should use certain functionality or why you should use certain softwares online. So I think the whole agenda of this series is to enhance the literacy around the digital arena. And in this particular episode, I will be talking about the behavioral aspect of the cybersecurity. So as you know, friends, that the cybersecurity is become such an important issue. There are a lot of cybersecurity experts which are guiding organizations, small companies, and even large countries on how to protect your assets. So that is a totally different line of thought, totally different science. We will not be covering the entire cybersecurity aspect of using the World Wide Web. But in this series, in today's episode, we would look at the literacy part of it and how a common man can be more literate and be aware of what are the threats looming around him, and what are the behavioral aspects of the cybersecurity which affects everyone. So that the people who are watching this video gets more literate, more aware of things, and they start following certain good practices and not invite trouble uh, to themselves. So as the cybersecurity subject concerns, there has been several attacks. In fact, the government of India has taken so many steps to prevent misuse of data of the citizens, either by the people within the country or even outside the country, and they have been giving a lot of advisories. In fact, some of you must be getting a lot of inputs from the telecom companies directly, saying that hey, don't share your passwords, don't share your OTP account number. In fact, the banks have themselves started saying that no one will ask for your secret identity numbers. If somebody of bank employee calls you to verify certain things, they will not be asking any personal data, because the personal data is supposed to be entered directly into the banking system. Nobody will ask for this information verbally. So there is so much of awareness being spread. At the same time, the behavior of our behavior, will put us in the threat. So if you look at the cyber security and the behavioral aspect of the cyber security is what we will talk about. So it just in nutshell, if you want to look at the definition of the behavioral cyber security, it is the proactive approach to security in which all relevant activity is monitored so that the deviation from the normal behavior can be identified. So to explain this in much simpler language, say for example, if you are using your mobile phone in certain way, but so that is a safe method because you are used to using your mobile phone or your PC or your systems at home in that particular fashion. But if in case there has been a difference in the behavior of your usage, that means for example you have set number of websites which you visit on daily basis, say about 20, but you want to visit something else or you want to use your PC in some other way, that should raise an alarm, and that should be a deviation from the usual behavior of your usage of these systems. So this is what something that is a behavioral aspect of cybersecurity is all about. And I'll tell you why it is important to track the behavior itself, because if you can track the behavior of your system, and if there is a system in your mobile device or your PC which is tracking your behavior, then anything out of the blue, the system will be able to track and warn you. So if that step is taken without deploying too many expensive firewalls, antivirus solutions, or anything of the cyber security which cost money, if you just trap the behavioral aspect and out of the ordinary something happens on your systems, that should be a very good deterrent from you getting attacked. So just to take this discussion forward, I would like to say that if there are network behavioral detection, say for example if you are using your network, things like your Facebook or LinkedIn, in certain way you're used to using these things, but there is an anomaly detected by the system. Now what is the anomaly? Anomaly is that you actually spend 90% of your time visiting certain websites, and but certain things which are not usually visited by you is detected by the system. That is an anomaly. So usually if you are an iPhone user or an advanced Android user, you will have experienced these alerts coming to you saying that hey, there is something happening. Did you try to log in into this website? Did you try to log in using this system? Because normally you use some other system to log in into Facebook, but now we have detected that you're using some other system to log in. So things like that. Now there could be a chance where somebody has been able to hack into your Facebook account, but that person who's trying to hack into your Facebook account does not have your login ID or does not have your machine from which you log in. So that is a behavior aspect where the system is able to detect that you usually log in using your home PC, but now you're logging in from some other city and some other PC. So that is a change in behavior. That is why all these systems like Facebook has a built-in security on the behavioral aspect where they can detect how you're using Facebook, how you're using LinkedIn. So this is just one example. So there could be numerous examples of the behavioral aspect. So anything out of the ordinary should ring a bell and should be a cause of concern, and that is why these triggers are there in the network where anything out of the ordinary should be alerted to the user. Similarly, there could be a intrusion which can happen into your privacy. There could be an intrusion happening into your mobile device or your PC from external agency where they are trying to get access to your files on your desktop or on your mobile. Some of these files may be very personal to you. Some of these files may contain certain data which is related to your finances, etc., and you don't want these things to be made available to a third party. Otherwise, there is a very heavy chance or high chance where the data which has been stolen from your PC or your mobile device can be misused against you itself. So you have to protect all of these aspects. And if there is an intrusion, for example, a few days back, somebody was trying to log in into my mobile device from somewhere in China, and fortunately I was able to detect this behavior because I'm in India, and somebody is trying to get access to my mobile device from China using some technology. We don't know what it is, but it is against the behavior because I have never traveled to China. So I think you have to be mindful about these things, and there are systems which are giving you these alerts. So you have to make sure that you don't ignore these alerts and you take appropriate action when such an intrusion happens. That means you should not allow. So the easiest thing to do is, if there is an intrusion which is being reported by your mobile device or your social media account, immediately change the passwords. That is the easiest thing to do, and that will make you more secure. So I think while there is a behavioral pattern checking, so that anything out of the blue is being checked, at the same time you can also keep changing your passwords as and when such intrusion happens to protect yourself. At the same time, if there are occurrences happening often, then there has to be analysis on the pattern itself. Who's trying to steal your identity, who's trying to log in into the system, and how people are using your data or trying to get access to your data. So these are the things that you should be really concerned about, and you should do an analysis of how this pattern is emerging, and that will give you an input on how or who is trying to get access to your information. And then at the right time you can alert the authorities. The IT Act or IT legal laws in different countries are very strict, and anything if you're able to detect the pattern and inform the authorities, the law will take its own course and will book the people who are trying to get into your mobile devices and steal your identity. So I think number two is understand what are the patterns which are happening on your devices, and people are trying to get access to your personal data. Now let's come to the advantage, because I think so far we have covered about what is cybersecurity, but we are not discussing too much in cybersecurity because it requires a lot of technical in-depth knowledge. We are talking about the behavioral aspects of the security, and in today's world, if you are using some sort of a system, then you're definitely putting a lot of information, your photographs, your whereabouts, location, on the social media, and if those are the things which are being shared and somebody else get access to your location, your personal data, your photographs, your children information, the whole thing can be misused. So I think the first aspect is to understand what is behavior, how you are using responsibly the social media, what you are putting into social media. Is it very private or very public? It can be shared in public, or if it is very private, you should not be sharing it. So I think that is the first behavioral change that you have to make in yourself. Second is that you have to also understand, in case there is a out of the blue something is happening on your social media accounts and also on your device, you have to be very, very alert and attentive to prevent that. Number three, if there are pattern emerging of these attacks on you, then you have to understand who's trying to attack and notice the pattern, and at the right time, once the occurrence are more than 5 to 6 times on the same pattern, you have to alert the authorities. Now let's come to the advantages. See, these are very simple steps. By changing the behavior of your own usage of different aspects of the digital life, you will be able to protect yourself without spending a lot of money in buying cyber security systems. I mean, if you buy the cyber security softwares, some of these things which you have to do manually can be automated, and you will be only seeing different kinds of alerts on your devices. But in case if your workload is not very heavy, you don't need to spend a lot of money in the cyber security softwares, and you don't have to I mean, if you just simply change your behavior in terms of how you use your mobile phone, how you use your social media accounts, or how you use your laptops, what information you share by post or by SMS, what sort of information you share if somebody calls you, and WhatsApp or any messenger services. So if you have some sort of control on yourself in terms of your behavior, you will be able to secure yourself. And watch out, in the end I will say that make sure that keep checking your behavior, and anything out of the blue that happens on your account, on your device, you have to see and examine that occurrence. So with this, let me end my discussion today, and friends, if you want to comment on this, please do. I will take up your comments, and we will talk about some other aspects of digital literacy in the next episode. Until then, bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. I'm Kanchan Verma. And today in this episode, we have a special guest from Chicago. And she runs her own organization, Sanjeevni, where she helps people from loneliness. Now, I have come across people who say that I am not being understood by people. I'm surrounded by those kind of people who don't understand me. So that is why I'm lonely. But on the other hand, I also know people who say, thank God I'm lonely, because in this case, I can concentrate more on myself. But between these two ideologies, there's a finer line where people are lonely and they need help. And here Sanjeevni plays a vital role. So stick around to this episode till the end. You will know more information how to get help from Sanjeevni. Especially this episode is for those people who are out of country, out of India, and where Sanjeevni can play a vital role. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach, and today we have a special guest, Mrs. Pramila Kumar, who is based in Chicago. So I would like to welcome her today. So how are you, Pramila? Welcome to our show.
Thank you so much, Kanchan. I'm doing good. Thank you for Akulmach to invite me back.
Well, today You know, we had been discussing about some traits which are very, very harmful when we talk about the personalities and human beings. And now, when you are based in Chicago and people travel to America, they have some challenges like loneliness. So, how your organization Sanjeevani really help these kind of people in a foreign land?
I'm going to just speak about USA, which is it's becoming the land of immigrants. And when South Asian or Indian immigrants come here, they're mostly young in the age group of 25 to 35. Either they're coming here to study or they're coming here for a job with young families. Over time, what has happened, Kanchan, that they have received a green card and they have also invited their families, parents, in-laws to come and stay with them. In this land of the twittering youth, there is a very large population of aging seniors. And they are fending off loneliness and isolation, which accompanies when they have moved to this country from India. And all of them are kind of hidden. And they call themselves the 0.5 generation. And
so actually, definitely that is a problem because some senior people who really go out from one city to other city in India, that also becomes a problem. But then we are among our people, we understand the culture, we know the people. But definitely when somebody is traveling outside the country, and that is a major problem. So what kind of case which you can discuss about this loneliness?
The biggest thing which comes in is isolation, loneliness, nobody to talk to, nobody to go, because if you are not able to drive, it's very difficult to travel here, again in USA. So they're confined to their homes, and because of language barriers, they're unable to speak to their neighbors or other people. The biggest part, Kanchan, is also culture differences. In India, you can talk to the milkman, to the helper, go to the shop, and just step out of the house. There's tons and tons of people there. But in USA, that may not be the case with most of these aging parents.
So, how you really help with your organization Sanjeevani to these kind of people? Because you say if somebody's a loner and he's talking to you, doesn't mean that he's happy. Because we have to really identify that he is a loner and how we can help. So, how you really initiate this help?
So nowadays, in the last few years, a lot of organizations have come up, small groups, which is only geared for senior people. So if you're 70 or above, you can join. And the good part, Kanchan, is this makes it possible to connect with people who are of their own age. Talk of their home back in India, maybe talk of their sons, daughter-in-laws, and so on and so forth. Talk of the grandkids. So these kind of social groups have started coming in. And these are based by areas. And these senior citizens not necessarily have a disease. It's not that you need to give them medication. What you need to give them is that they are welcome, they are needed, and there's someone to talk to. So these small, what we do, we try to connect them to these small groups so that they can facilitate, socialization. It's like a, seniors date, like we do the kids' playtime. So it is a playtime for senior citizens.
I also really add one thing here because you see when anybody in any point of life leaves the purpose, so then that is also one thing which initiate a loneliness and people don't know what to do, and so I think they need to have a purpose. So really you guide them to have a purpose or passion.
Yes. So the thing is, in general, what I will say, when people are young, they're busy with their families or their work. So, if they're working, either they have a business. So until 60, 65, they're so busy with their careers and family. But once the children step out, it seems I have nothing to do. What do I do? Do I watch TV? Do I do this? So two things we always recommend, to all Gen X, millennials, have a hobby, number one. Have a hobby, have friends. These two things are going to keep a person go a long way. But the challenge is, Kanchan, most seniors they come to a stage they cannot pick up hobbies. They do not know what to do with them. They do not know what talent they have. And friends, if you don't make them early on, it's a big problem. And you're right, purpose is important, but you have to develop the purpose early on. It cannot happen at 70. Well, it's a challenge to have at 70.
Well, when we are talking about the Sanjeevani, suppose the one critical case comes to you. So, what are the process and procedure you follow to guide the senior person to come out of his shell, come out from the loneliness? How you do that?
So no one case is similar to the other. Every case is different. And if they have reached to Sanjeevani for help, we have a process to identify, what is the concern? Why are they reaching them? Is it a short-term versus it's a long-term issue? And then we involve them in talk therapy. They can call every day. They can call, whenever they feel lonely. And over a period of time, we have seen that psychotherapy has helped certain citizens. But Kanchan, the most important part is for anyone to agree to say, I am not feeling that well. Let me call someone. Let me reach for help. That's the first step.
So, in the last, I just want to ask you your message to people who are aging and how they can, if they are not lonely, because most in India, especially most of the people, they live in joint family. So, loneliness is hit by a very low percentage. But when somebody who's outside of the country, and this is not country centric, actually it's not a continent centric,
it's global.
So what is the message you want to give these people? Sometimes young people are also lonely, so what you want people to do to be away from loneliness?
One thing in the first part I will answer that, we're all going to get old. It's only going to be increasing. So we have to understand that our body is not going to remain the same what it was in 20s, 30s. So once we recognize and we accept, maybe I'm not that agile, I'm not that fast, and do not remember things often, I cannot work that faster. That is the first acknowledgement. Your body will change. The faster you understand and accept the change, the easier it is for you to take it forward. And yes, have a purpose. In any life you can find purpose. Do some volunteer work, step out of the house, make an effort. Even though people live in joint families, that person is responsible for his or her well-being and happiness. It's not easy to find that. So have a purpose in life and make it move forward. And don't dwell about the past. You say, when I was 30, I was doing this. When I was 20, I was doing this. No, I'm 80, I can do this. That's the message what we would like to share. Have a purpose in life, acknowledge that your body is not going to remain the same as we age.
Well, this is something very good and very good guidance to people. And I just want to say congratulations to Sanjeevani to keep on doing good work. And as usual, Pramila, it is so lovely to talk to you.
And thanks once again, Kanchan, for having me here.
Yeah,
thanks everyone.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live, and my name is Chandrakant. Today we want to discuss something very specific which is related to our world today, and how do we build relationship in the world of digital communication. That is the point of discussion for today, and we have a very special guest to discuss on this subject. Before we start our discussion, I must tell you that there is a free giveaway. Please stick around in this discussion and we will tell you in the end how you can claim your free gift. Welcome back friends, and today we will be discussing about how to build a relationship in the digital age. And for this discussion
we have a very special guest. His name is Mr. Mike Bradley. He is the Group CSO of RHF and Scale Up Arena, joining us from UK. So without further ado, let me invite Mike to the discussion.
Good afternoon, Chandra. Good afternoon. Good to be with you again. I trust you've had a good day.
Yes, great to see you, Mike. And as you know that we are passing through a very severe time, and as per the new norms, the India is actually growing faster, but with all this growth, there is a negative GDP of almost 7% this year. So I think we are struggling as a country. I think a lot of other countries are also struggling. So I think it's very important to build a digital relationship to continue survivability of business. So I think your opinion on this subject is very, very vital.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think, here we are as a testament to the new style of digital communication, Chandra, because over the course of the recent months, we've developed an ongoing connection and relationship without actually, unfortunately, having been able to share a mango lassi and a curry together in Delhi or in London or the south coast of England. So I think this demonstrates that actually you can build connections on a global level with people that you've not met before. And although in time past it would have been nice to have met face to face and develop the relationship and start the relationship that way, we're now in a new era where that isn't necessarily always the case. And what a good job it is, because otherwise I think the world would have collapsed economically probably, 15 months ago?
Well, I think there are some industries which are very badly hit, especially in the manufacturing side, on the hospitality, and also the transportation, travel and tourism. They are very badly hit. So I think these guys have to reinvent new ways of, generating revenue, which is also happening because human ingenuity is also working. But I think what more can be done is something that we would like to hear from you, and also based on your global interaction, what are the best practices that people can follow in order to build digital relationships?
Yeah, well, I think one of the things I think is very important, and I've worked with digital comms for many years. I was 15 years ago, I was helping to sell out this newfangled audio and web conferencing opportunity. And at the time, people were actually scared of digital. And in some industries, that was happening 18 months ago. Of course, being from a tech background, it's something I adopted. And I first was involved with online communications back in 1998 with video conferencing. Things have come on a long way since that. We're now all able and easily able to interact with each other on a digital mechanism, see each other without the old video conferencing phased speaking and jumbled words, etc. Our biggest challenges these days are probably the cables in the ground, which are still sort of running at 1990 bandwidth. Haven't quite kept up with multimedia. However, I think the essential part of any sort of communication is the interpersonal aspect. So I think the first rule of, if you like, digital communication is be yourself. Relax and be yourself, because ultimately people are trying to make an assessment of you, and originally that would have been, how weak is your handshake, or do they interact with me, do they look at me when they're talking, do they look out like this? Those same aspects apply online, and whatever made you trustworthy, convincing, credible in an offline basis also has to now be conveyed, but in a digital way. And for a lot of us, that's a new thing, okay? But it's still all about, what is it about you? What's your personal branding? You know, I happen to have a terrible sense of humor being English. So, you know, humor is part of it for me. The ability to smile, the ability to be interested in the other person. These are all offline and online skills. Just because you're online doesn't mean you have to sit there like you're a television presenter or presenting the news. You know, it's all about creating the animation, creating the rapport, the empathy, just as you would in a face-to-face meeting.
Well, I think it's a very important sermon that you have given. I'm using this as a sermon because it's literally a sermon, simply because I think there is a new skill requirement right now for everyone. You can be very senior in the industry, but if you don't have digital skills, you will not be able to build a relationship. So I would like you to also tell our viewers, what are these special skills required now in order to build relationships?
Well, I think one of them is definitely empathy. You know, any relationship, you need to build empathy, and maybe some of us, and I think the mechanism for that is changing. You know, in our generation, should I say, Chandra, we were brought up to play and to interact in the physical realm. Possibly the millennials of the world, and this is very controversial, I'm sure you'll get inundated with complaints, but millennials weren't brought up to interact in the same way we did. Their interaction was done on one of these sort of like, you can't see it, but with one of these mobiles, you know, mobiles and online. You interacted with people you'd never met. And in a sense, maybe that's a bit of an advantage because they're used to this sort of environment. And maybe it's our generation that struggled to adopt this new technology more than others. But there's still the same skill of trying to actually interact and build positive rapport with people. And I think it's very much, again, so the first thing is empathy. The important thing to build empathy is you need to have a positive communication. If you actually end up being negative, non-supportive, derogatory, dare I say, rude, disrespectful, those things do not build any sort of rapport, whether online or offline. So it's got to be about positive. I'm very much a believer in the fact that, you know, if you want to get a positive environment going, you've got to create that environment, whether that be an online environment or in a meeting room or in a coffee shop. You've got to create positivity. If you're, unless of course you're in a debate, and in a debate, maybe you're, you know, like I did, make my statement about millennials. But I did also say they might have an advantage. You know, within a debate, I think you've got to be able to make a statement that generates thought, challenges current thinking, groupthink. And of course, in this day and age, you've also got to be very careful in that, because there's a chance that you could be labeled incorrectly based on something taken out of context. One of my old school friends had gone on a walk on our local, you know, a bit further along the coast than this, and found a really nice location. And he put a picture on Facebook and made a statement like, "This is a great place to come, secret place, there's not many people here," etc. I replied and said, "Yeah, that looks great. Where is it?" So what did he say? He used the colloquial term, "Well, if I told you, I'd have to kill you." Now, when he said that, we know that's just a term that people use. So, "Oh, if I tell you the secret, I'd have to kill you." That's just a friendly sort of thing. But of course, Facebook called that out and actually stopped him for 24 hours, posting things on Facebook. But actually, it wasn't meant as I'm going to kill you. It's a metaphor for, the type of approach. It was just a sense of humor thing. Again, maybe it's the English sense of humor, But those sort of things, obviously, you've got to be careful of in the digital world. Things can be recorded, repeated. I think there was even a cricketer, in India, you love your cricket. There was an English cricketer who did a very good batting job against New Zealand. I think it was at Lord's yesterday. And apparently, years ago, he tweeted something and he was actually having to call it out and apologize 8 years later for something he said in his early teens at the tweet. So, the impact of digital communication is phenomenal. The reach is phenomenal. The potential is phenomenal. But the potential is phenomenal from a good and a bad side. So I think it's always got to be empathetic. It's always got to be positive. But you've got to be very aware that what you're trying to do and what you're going to say is a bit like putting on the front page of the India Times. Once it's there forever. And unfortunately, people don't always want to look at things from a positive light. So we've got to be, and I think we venture into a very serious area if we start to say, oh, this particular regular phrase can be misinterpreted and taken literally because, if you say the wrong word, you can get lambasted for it, even if it's quoted out of context. So I think we've got to be very careful to guard our freedoms, but use it wisely. Do you agree?
Yes, I fully agree with you. In fact, the digital skill is a completely new skill, and many people don't have it. They sometimes overdo it or sometimes underdo it. They don't. There is no balance in the communication. And you made a very important point. Whatever you say. In fact, there is a saying in India that if the conversation gets out of your mouth, it's not going to come back. So, and it is very true, especially in the digital space, because everything is recorded. And you also mentioned about Facebook. I think Facebook also take these things very, very seriously. And the simple things can make or break your account on the digital space, because if somebody reports that this person is spreading lies or rumors or doesn't know how to talk or not positive, the Facebook can take action on it.
Absolutely, and it's not like a courtroom where a jury of 12 people look at it, say, well, actually, he was only joking. The platform or the censoring agent will take that decision, and there's a potentially very massive impact. I think maybe in the future there's going to have to be a freedom of expression online law, which basically says, look, you cannot take everything literally. You've got to understand the context. You've got to understand the person. My friend is not the sort of person that goes out killing people. So, he's normally surfing or skateboarding or building houses or whatever. So he's not the sort of person that is going to be actually trying to kill someone. And that needs to be reflected in the way his posts are going to be censored. And, there are obviously people who do have a negative persona ongoing and do have bad objectives. And we've got to be very careful when we start censoring, freedom of the press. There's freedom of expression for individuals, but so long as it doesn't incite violence and it's not in the context of that person's usual persona, then, I think it's got to be proportionately reviewed.
Well, Mike, there are a lot of legal implications, as you are trying to tell our viewers, and also there are guidelines and there are regulations
And from 1st of June in India, there is very similar guidelines, similar to GDPR, are now active. So do you think there is a global language protocol that needs to be learned by people who are using digital space?
I think it depends. And there's always going to be a percentage of people that don't want to learn it. That, like, there's a percentage of people who don't want to get vaccinated. There'll be a percentage of people who have a principal objection to being told how to behave. And I suppose in a way I'm a bit that way, but I think it again comes back to, how do you build connections and communication online? It's got to be empathetic, it's got to be positive, it's also got to be prudent, and also I think it's got to be diplomatic. At the end of the day, if your objective is to be positive, if you don't phrase it in a diplomatic way, you're going to lose a lot of people. So I think you've always got to be trying to ensure that people don't misinterpret, and they certainly don't misinterpret in the context of what's being said. Because at least then, if you wade into, there's another person on my Facebook, and they are always posting something up, which I think, if I was dotting the I's and crossing the T's, I'd probably report it and say, actually, I don't think this is constructive or helpful for world peace. But I don't make a comment about it. I just choose to ignore it. Yeah. But it's something where, in fact, it should probably have been sanctioned by Facebook more than my friend's colloquial phraseology when I asked him where it was. And he said, oh, I don't want to tell you. Because everybody else will go there and it won't be quiet anymore. So I think each individual has to make a decision as to what is empathetic, what is positive, what is actually going to enable us to build connections and communication in a positive way. And to do that, you've got to always have in mind, again, if this was on the front page of the India Times or the BBC News, would I actually want this to be published? And if the answer to that is no, then don't say it, because it's, the sad thing is, and for me, there are some really serious subjects of debate that need to be openly discussed, but they're not debated and they're not raised because there's this rather unfortunate labeling which occurs, which if you say something, there'll be one person who comes along and says, he's anti-X or she's anti-this because they said that. And that's probably not the case at all. But if you took that one phrase on its own, you would say, oh, that's the wrong thing to say. They should be censured. They should have their account stopped. They should do this. They should do that. So I think there's very much got to be a realization of that. And again, on video conferences, if there's a topic thrown out for discussion, you always have to ensure, particularly if it's a bigger group, you always have to ensure that you're being sensible and positive and diplomatic about the way you handle it. I mean, we've had calls where there's quite a few people on, and the idea is, I think, to keep the positive flowing, keep the empathy building, let people see the true you, but in a positive light, because that's how you build relationships. And I think that's really great in this day and age that we are, several thousand kilometers apart, building rapport, building relationships, able to trade, help each other sell, support each other, because actually it's a tough world out there and we need to work together. And the only way to work together in this day and age is with effective digital communications.
I think communication is very, very important to build any relationship, and positive communication is absolutely important. But in the olden days, like 1 year away, where people used to say that you have to look presentable when you go for meetings, you have to be suited, booted, and all that. All that is changing now, but I think new norms are coming. And to look presentable on this 2D screen, it's a very tough job. You have to read the expression of the other person, and it creates another technical scenario where you have to have the right amount of lights, camera, and action. So, do you think that's a skill that needs to be learned in addition to better communication?
I think so. I think, to be honest, though, that's an area where the tools themselves actually could do more. And I think in the future, for example, we look at the screen now. There are ways that the technology could improve the saturation and the picture quality, and using technology to make sure that the best possible presentation is available. As we know, we can put a backdrop on, and sometimes when you've got hair like mine, it sort of looks like it's floating in the air somewhere. But that stuff can all be a bit like with headsets, where you can have noise cancellation. I think you can also have refinement of the picture and the broadcast quality of what is being shown here. And I think that's where improvements will come in the future. Funny enough, I saw one of these polls on LinkedIn the other day saying, is post-pandemic, what's going to happen to usage on Zoom? Is it going to disappear? Is it going to keep going up? Is it going to be, I think the word was hybrid, but declining slightly, it was hybrid and increasing. I actually think that there'll be a bit of a dip in usage, because what will happen is people, after 15 months of not being able to face-to-face can go, oh, thank goodness I can go meet Chandra and have a curry and a mango lassi. And so we'll do that. And then we'll say, well, actually, it was really great. But much as we like each other, we don't need to meet every week. So we'll meet face-to-face. We'll have, I don't know, a meal, a coffee, a meeting when's convenient. And after that, it will be, well, yeah, we'll continue doing our digital communication the majority of the time. And then in 4 months' time, when I next come to Delhi, we meet each other and we have another chat. So I think there's going to be this new world of hybrid, which is going to be a mix of mainly online and occasional offline. Particularly as, and I've been talking to other contacts of mine, and they've been saying, I don't want to go back to chasing around the world or chasing around the country trying to talk to people face to face. I've been able to manage my communications quite happily online. I don't want to be traveling all the time now. And the only winners of traveling, of course, are the transport companies, the trains. And in the case of the UK, dare I again controversially say it, people like the RMT, who can insist on having strikes and upsetting everybody's commuting schedule. They're the ones who've lost their power. It has been a long time since the RMT has had a strike. Thank you very much. Long may that continue, because travel was taking an awful lot of everybody's time, money, inconvenience, quality of life. The place you had to live had to be near enough to the city or to the office to be able to get there every day. What a waste of time that was, and I think now we've got more. Most of us have got more cash in our pockets because we're not spending thousands a year on travel. We've got more time to enjoy that money that we do work for. We've got more time to spend it on goods and services, which might also help recover the GDP negatives. Because actually what we don't want to be doing is spending all our money pouring it into the train companies. We'd be far better spending that on SME products and services. Buy local. Buy from your friendly SME, whether they be national or international.
Well, absolutely, and the digital presence actually breaks the boundary and makes more lasting relationships, and that brings me to the third point
of any communication which is digital, I think, is a story which takes you along. So, is there a skill required to build the right synopsis, right type of story where you want to communicate with people so that people listen to you? Is it important in digital world or not? What is your opinion?
Well, I think a story is always important. Simplicity is the key. Complexity is confusing. But people relate to a story. If you can take them on the journey from start to finish, then you're probably more likely to have them with you at the end of it. That doesn't mean it's got to be 20 minutes long. It means it's got to be succinct. It's got to be accurate. It's got to be endorsable or endorsed, supported. And then I think there's a very good, well, it's always a good way to convey a message, always has been, whether it be to a room full of delegates or whether it be to a virtual meeting full of delegates. The ability to convey a message short and succinct. I'm infamous for my alliteration. I didn't use it today, but I now start to come out with alliterative groups of phrases and words, which I use them because it helps, well, apart from anything else, helps me to remember the story, but also I think it helps other people sometimes to pick up a story. If they can just remember 3 words of the same letter, they might just, catch on to that.
Well, Mike, there is one more very important aspect of digital communication, and that is the sort of related to the mental health issues. So that particular subject is a very large subject, and we are not discussing that today. But I think whatever you have covered today with regard to these 3 points, which are the basics of communication in the digital space, is like maintain your language in a proper way, which is global in nature, and you don't use any colloquial, proverbs which people don't understand, and keep it simple, make a nice story, and also get technical knowledge in terms of controlling your camera lights so that you look presentable. So thank you so much, Mike, for sharing your thoughts on this very, very important, very, very hot subject in today's world.
Been a pleasure, Chandra, as always.
Thank you, Mike, and we will catch up next week as usual and probably discuss something more interesting.
Okay, look forward to it.
We have some unique Akulmach memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmach gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmach and smash that like button.
Hello friends, in India we always have the longest holidays as compared to any other country in the world. It starts from much before than Diwali. There is Vijayadashami, then Diwali, then Christmas, then New Year, and the list goes on. After that there will be another holiday. So we in India have the best of both worlds, but I think the Christmas is on the horizon. And what is the type of lessons businesses can learn, or the leaders can learn business lessons from Christmas? To discuss this very, very interesting subject, we will be joined by Mike Bradley from UK, who's the founder and managing director of Scale Up Arena. So without further ado, let's welcome him.
Good afternoon, Chandra. Good to speak to you again. And it's not as cold as it looks in the background there, but that is my local town, Christchurch, which is a very pleasant spot in delightful Dorset on the south coast of England. So good to see you. Good to speak to you again.
Well, Mike, welcome to the show. And the topic is Christmas. And as you know, the entire world is getting into the warmth of Christmas. The celebrations are in the air. Whichever part of the world you are living in, Christmas is being celebrated. So the topic is what the business lessons or leadership lessons we can all learn from Christmas. What is your opinion?
Okay. Well, I think you've mentioned the very first thing, which is warmth. One of the things that's most important about this time of year, I believe, is having a positive spirit towards other people. And this, I think, is one of the most fundamental leadership skills and approaches that leaders need to have. You need to have a positive spirit towards people. If you've got a different approach to that, it might last in the short term, but over the long term, you can guarantee that's not going to sustain not either your business or your personality in a positive way. Inevitably, I think the term is what goes around comes around. So if you treat people in a positive way, I believe that will come back to you in a positive way. Some people call it karma, I think. And I do believe that's the first important thing we need to draw from the Christmas season is the warmth and the positive approach that we take towards people. That would be the first one. So I don't know if you agree with that.
Well, definitely, I agree with that. Warmth is very important. However, the general feeling in public is that it's a holiday season and nobody wants to talk about business. So here we are, two guys trying to bring some justice to the business lessons. So, what do you talk about it? What is your opinion? How we can think and lessons that we can learn during this season, even though we are looking towards the holidays?
You see, I think we can split this into two sections. There's what I call the festive and also the faith. So I think both have a potentially positive impact on business leadership. If we think first of all about the festive, of course, we all enjoy this. Doesn't matter where you go in the world, you'll see Christmas trees, you'll see Christmas decorations, and I think there's I like my alliteration. In this case, there's 3 G's, I think, that are associated with the festive side of Christmas. The first one is gratitude, an attitude of gratitude, which I think is really good. It's a time when, as leaders, business leaders, individuals, we have the chance to say thank you. And that's something that I think has for many years been fundamental to a good people management approach. There was a book written by Ken Blanchard back in the 1980s called 1 Minute Manager. One of the things that came out of that was you have to have a positive praising approach towards people management. Something I think has been fundamental to my life, working life, political involvement, etc., is to have foster this attitude of gratitude, because if you can encourage people, catch them doing something right, then that is also, it pays back in terms of you'll get more productive and positive benefit from those people. So I think an attitude of gratitude is the first one that comes out of the festive feelings. Then of course there's giving. One of the things we do in the UK Christmas is we give gifts, and the act of giving, and of course there's the Father Christmas story. I don't know if you have that in India, but basically St. Nicholas, I think this is up in Scandinavia, used to go around giving gifts without expectations of getting anything back. And I think that's another very positive thing that business leaders can gain, is to actually have a giving approach, because there's the term anyway, which is called givers get. If you give things without expectation, I think it's gratefully received. If your return can be in any number of ways. So I think that's the second G of the festive season: gratitude and giving. And then, of course, generosity. And I separate that out from giving, because I believe this is a time when we need to look around us, need to look at the employees, but the people, the community that we live and work in. And it's an opportunity for us to actually be generous to maybe the less fortunate that we all see. And I think that's a responsibility of leaders within this period of the year, but also it sets a good example for the entire year. This doesn't mean you just do these things at Christmas, although that's when we do that sort of approach. But I do believe that these are three areas, three Gs that we can implement throughout the world, throughout the year: gratitude, giving, and generosity. What do you think?
Absolutely, Mike. In fact, in India, we celebrate all festivals because of the diversity that exists in this country. So it's not about religion, it's all about celebration. So if you look at the predominant festivals that we have here in India, it's all about celebration. So whatever festival we come across, we start celebrating. So it's not about, it's a question of faith for some, but not too much. And you mentioned about giving. I think that is very, very important. In India, because I come from India, I'll talk about India. In India, the giving is the foremost virtue of society here. So there are always given that we have to give from whatever you're earning. You have to give certain portion to charity, etc., to animals, not to harm anybody. But I think the message is very, very clear with Christmas and the Santa Claus and giving gifts without expecting any returns is what the learning is. Over to you, Mike. This is what my understanding and my short answer to you.
Yeah, that's true, and that is, of course, the festive side, as you rightly say. But I also think there are lessons that the faith side of Christmas can give, no matter what your faith is. I think those of us who do have faith in something, whatever that something happens to be, there are certain characteristics that come out of that. And of course, faith at Christmas for some is the birth of Jesus Christ. Okay, so what can we learn from that? That doesn't mean that it's irrelevant to anybody else of another faith, but the same aspects, I believe, we can transfer and say that they're relevant to anybody who's got a faith. What are the leadership lessons, business leadership lessons particularly? I think the first one is that there's accountability. When you have a faith, whatever that is, you are answerable to whoever that is that you believe in. And that approach, I believe, provides the right context and right environment for prudent and sensible business management. It means that you don't ride roughshod over people. You treat people with respect. You treat people with compassion. You are, in effect, accountable. We are all accountable, whether we have a faith or no faith. We're all accountable to somebody, be it shareholders, be it the bank manager, be it, so accountability, I think, is a fundamental one that comes out. And I do believe that faith, whatever faith you have, gives a very good perspective on that accountability. And that leads me on to the second trait that I think business leaders can adopt from this is humility. Believing that we are not the most important person on the earth, the egomaniac, should we say, There's a degree of humility which enables us to optimize the opportunities through people and for any business by having a humble approach. You've heard me talk before about the corporate AAA syndrome, corporate amnesia, forgetting that the customer is important and makes up the spreadsheets, corporate asphyxiation, where they're so high in the clouds, you're not breathing fresh air, not listening to customers, not listening properly to employees, and of course, corporate arrogance, where you think you've arrived and you're always going to be there. These three, corporate AAA is the opposite, if you like, of having a humble approach to leadership, management, and development. And particularly in these dynamic times, global times, there's no room, I believe, for arrogance. So those business leaders who have a humble approach to what they're doing will keep their ears to the ground, their eyes and ears open, listening for change, adapting to things because they don't think they've arrived. If you look at any sustained technology company over the years, be it Microsoft, be it Apple, be it Amazon, they are in a continual state of change. And they are not changing because the leader has said, we've got to do this. They're changing because the market is demanding those changes. So that is a humble spirit that keeps business leaders, I believe, on the right track. And that's something that very definitely, I think, comes from an attitude of faith, that we're not the most important person on the earth. And then finally, I think the faith gives us leadership by example as the third area, because if leaders demonstrate the right approach, the right values, the right way to treat people, the right humility and accountability, they will demonstrate that to their staff, and hopefully a few of them, maybe 80%, 80-20 rule, if we're lucky, will adopt those same approaches, values in the way they speak to customers and fellow employees and team players, the way they deal with the community. So I do believe that that's the third area that we can learn from the faith side of the Christmas season, which is accountability, humility, and leadership by example.
And I think you also mentioned about the gift. So I am also concerned about how do you manufacture gift as efficiently as Santa Claus and the elf. So well-oiled machinery running in the North Pole, producing all these gifts. I think that is also another example that your business should be well-oiled, highly motivated, and so that the distribution can also happen across the world by Santa Claus. Isn't it, Mike? Just to make a lighter point.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think the distribution network is absolutely vital there as well. I mean, he's got to have a lot of helpers all working for the same goal and the same vision to ensure that he can get around the entire world in this time period. Yeah, very, very definitely. I think there's a good example of leadership there, which we can all learn from, of course.
Well, also it is relevant for everyone, not only kids, that you can wish for a gift and Santa Claus will fulfill that wish. So I think we are running a Six Sigma distribution network here because those gifts are never wrong, isn't it?
There you go. There you go. And of course, we are all given these gifts. So, be they skills, be they expertise, be they natural abilities, be it charisma. These are all things that we can adopt, we can optimize, and they are the positive things that we can draw on as business leaders, both with employees, customers, communities, getting engagement, productivity, performance, and payback in our environments. And as we've spoken about before, we can have these big national goals or global goals like they have at the COP summit, but actually at the end of the day, it comes down to how we as individuals act and perform, and consequently, we have to ensure that we are doing these things in the best way, over the course of our working lives and in our environments, because that's where we can have a most positive impact. So it's not just about what the government they can do or what money they have. It's what are you doing with your resources? What are you doing in terms of gratitude, giving, and generosity? How are you adopting your approach in terms of accountability, humility, and leadership by example? And these are things that we very definitely need to work together. And I do believe that it doesn't matter who you are, whatever your position, these are lessons, these are helpful mantras that can ensure that we're all on the right track. Because at the end of the day, we're all just people. So it's no good us pointing the finger at the politicians and saying it's all their fault, because actually they're only able to act based upon what we as the voters, the activists, actually do locally. And if we don't act properly, then the result's going to be a nationwide catastrophe. So I do believe we've all got a responsibility to act in ways that are wholesome and positive.
Well, Mike, I think you have given a lot of lessons today. Viewers who are watching our program would gather this essence of what you have given us today is very, very important. And it was a pleasure talking to you today, especially on the eve of Christmas. So wishing you happy holidays and also Merry Christmas. We'll catch up in the next one. Any last thoughts you have for the viewers?
I would just like to say that there's a lot of negativity around at the moment. There's a lot of uncertainty around at the moment. And over this next period of festivities, over the Christmas period, over the New Year period, just enjoy the people and be positive towards those you have around you. Be a positive contributor and look for the best in everybody and try and work with that. And I wish everybody a very happy Christmas and a pleasant New Year.
Thank you, Mike. Wish you the same and catch you next time, next week, same time.
Look forward to it.
So, viewers, we had such a fantastic conversation with Mike, and all festivals actually gave us good feeling, gave us good vibes, and Christmas also gives us very good vibes. So the learning for us is having humility, leadership by compassion, giving, must get into habit of giving, respecting others, and managing your well-oiled machinery, supply chain, etc. with compassion. So I think these are some of the key lessons that the leadership of today can learn from Christmas. And this is a short message, but I'll catch you in the next one. Wish you happy holidays and Merry Christmas, all of you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series, The Great Kings of India. And today we will be discussing one of the fascinating king of India, Ashoka. Now, I always been mesmerized by this personality because at one phase of his life, he is tyrant, he is killing people. And at the other phase of life, he is non-violent, he has accepted Buddhism. And what I feel is that he is responsible for propagating Buddhism in India and all Indian subcontinent. He is the basic reason why Buddhism survived for so long. And the impact of his era is so much that even today we have accepted our national emblem from his era. So we'll be discussing more about this fascinating king. And to discuss about this king, it is a pleasure to tell you that I'm joined by Dr. Meeta Joshi, who is head of the Department of History in one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College of Women in Hyderabad. She is teaching, she is giving all knowledge and traditional know-how of ancient India. A part of this, she has her work is being published internationally and nationally. So without wasting any time, I would like to introduce you to Meeta Joshi. Madam, welcome to the show, the Great Kings of India. How are you doing today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I am fine. How are you?
I'm fine. Things are moving great. We are still in COVID era, but then life goes on. So we are also coping up with the times. But today we are discussing. We have an opportunity to discuss one of the great king India ever had, the great Ashoka. So I would like our viewers will also like to listen from you about our king.
Before I start talking about Ashoka, I should tell you that he was known as Ashoka the Great, okay? And he was one of the greatest emperors of Maurya dynasty, and he happened to be the grandson of Chandragupta Maurya. Chandragupta Maurya himself was a very great king, but why Ashoka became great was because of his deeds. Previously, a very, very brutal and tyrant emperor, Ashoka got transformed by one incident which changed his life altogether. And that incident was the War of Kalinga, which he fought and won. But after this war, the very next day, when he went into the battlefield, when he saw the battlefield, he was too disappointed that what he has done. And that moment, he saw all the houses burnt. He saw many dead corpses lying here and there. And it was a very, very depressing and disturbing sight. After going to the war field, Ashoka was in total, depression sort of state. And see, destiny is such that in his time period only Lord Buddha was there. And when he came to know about Lord Buddha, he went and met Lord Buddha. After his meeting, when he spoke to Buddha, his mind, heart, and soul totally changed. And he promised Buddha that he won't wage any war from now on. And he accepted Buddhism as his religion. Now here a twist comes, because an emperor who he was a very good administrator. Now, with his religion, changed, the perspective changed altogether. After accepting Buddhism, he was, first of all, what he did, he appointed some officers only to propagate Buddhism in his empire and outside the empire, and they were known as Dharma Mahamatras. Okay, they used to travel from place to place to make people aware of Buddhism. Now, the beauty of Buddhism is such a religion which teaches you only love, which teaches you compassion, which teaches you non-violence, and which even teaches you to analyze yourself. So Buddha wanted that anyone who is in his empire should know about this great, philosophy of Gautam Buddha and get benefited by it. After a point of time, he even, his son and daughter, they also became the Dharma Mahamatras, and they propagate Buddhism. After adopting Buddhism, Ashoka was a changed man because he adopted the theory of non-violence. Now, with such a huge empire, the extent of empire was so huge because Mauryan empire at the time of Ashoka was the largest empire probably uh, if you see the Deccan, Satvahana Empire was the second largest, Mauryan Empire was the largest. So, managing such a vast empire, but now he had a vision after adopting Buddhism. He developed that vision. All the principles of administrative policies which he had, he changed them. And what he told people that everybody should live in harmony. If anyone in his empire had any problem, they were allowed to meet the emperor, directly, and Ashoka would listen to them and solve their queries. So he came to such a level. He came to the ground level after, adopting Buddhism. Personally, also, a lot of transformation happened in Ashoka. He spent lot of money in building stupas, viharas, chaityas for the Buddhist monks. He even financed their councils. Councils means there were meetings of Buddhist monks in which they discussed about the principles of Buddhism. So he also financed that, and the major development of stupas, chaityas, and viharas happened in the time of Ashoka because he wanted that people should adopt it in their lives and take the goodness of the religion. That was his main aim. He wanted to spread peace, he wanted to spread compassion, he wanted to spread love through this act of spreading Buddhism. So this is one thing. Another thing, the rock edicts which we get from the time of Ashoka, they also mention this, that he did a commendable work in spreading Buddhism, not only in India, but to the foreign countries also. As I told you, his daughter Sanghamitra, she traveled to Sri Lanka on the orders of his father because they all adopted Buddhism. And she also traveled to Sri Lanka to propagate Buddhism, which was a good thing because they were spreading the good things about Buddhism, and people were adopting it, and somehow people's lives got transformed after it.
Yeah,
So
but
this
I also feel that in spite of accepting Buddhism, in spite of practicing non-violence and not killing animals and planting trees around and facilitating traders to have economic development in that particular area, he also maintained a huge amount of army so that around all the around his boundary, nobody should think that he is a weak king since he has accepted Buddhism and since he has said that he will not fight anymore. So I think, but he still maintained that army. So
yes,
what do you
he did.
think about this?
He did.
aspect?
Yes, he did. He did maintain his army. It was not for a war purpose. It was to guard the extent of the empire. See, earlier army people were used. Suppose you have some little civil war type of a thing, or some outbreak or some disturbances, so they can go and monitor the things. So for that purpose, after the Kalinga war, it was this motive, not to wage a war, kill people, or spread the extent of the empire through the wars. Totally his
Yeah, and then of course safeguarding the boundaries. I think that is also one of the main purpose of Ashoka.
Yes, because he wanted that the people who are in his empire should be protected. They should live a peaceful and a life, and they should not have this fear that any invader will come from outside and disturb them, because India has a history of invasions. Lot of invasions happened. So he wanted that his empire should be protected. That was his main motive.
So I always fascinated by the transformation of one person, as we were discussing earlier before this recording, that 1 minute can change the personality of a person. I think that
one moment, Kanchan, one moment.
Yes.
You know, one incident, one person tells you a positive thing, or you see something. It requires a fraction of a second to transform you, and that transformation is always for better. See, if you not we are discussing about Ashoka, but there are many incidents in history. Valmiki, you see Rishi Valmiki, he was a dacoit, and one incident transformed him, and he wrote that Valmiki Ramayana. Angulimal, there are many incidents in which people got transformed totally. So same thing happened with Ashoka.
Yeah, I also feel that he raised a war and he consolidated his empire even after accepting Buddhism, even after taking vows that he will not fight any war to extend the boundaries, just to safeguard his empire, which was I think is a work of a king, to safeguard people and the boundary of the country. But I think his aura was that profound that nobody from external forces, even that point of time, thought of attacking his empire.
First of all, everybody was, they were in a state of confusion. That to a king who was so, after conquests, after killing people, after waging wars, that what happened to this man? So people were in a state of confusion. The neighboring countries, they were like, because see, Ashoka's empire was till Afghanistan. His boundaries, apart from India, they went up to Afghanistan. So people were wondering that what happened to this man, how he got transformed. And after he came to, after this transformation, some people visited also to know about his, know-how, that his state of mind, that what happened to him. But when he met, then they could make out that he's a totally different person now. And it was and see, this happened only because of his own personal anguish. Please try to understand this. It was, when we do something wrong, then it is that guilty feeling which kills you. So to overcome that, maybe he went to Buddha. He went to Buddha to seek some peace, because he was having a struggle in his, mind, that whatever he did was wrong. He understood that. See, he cannot undo. He was not able to undo what he did, because whatever is done cannot be undone at any point of time. But what he thought was, from now onwards, if I change my perception, then so many people who have lost their husbands, they lost their families, at least this thing will not continue further. So that was a good thought. That was a good thought, and for that only, like, he worked and worked.
Yes. So I think the Kalinga was a turning point in the life of Ashoka.
Definitely. War of Kalinga was the turning point.
Yes. And then though I feel he's such a great personality, that he handled the Raj Dharma plus his personal anguish and plus propagating the goodness of Buddhism to the people. Because somewhere I read that he has engraved stones and put to places, and it's written that you should do this and you should not do this, and so that day and night people read those sermons and embrace them.
Kanchan, he gave his own theory, which is known as Ashoka's Dhamma. In Pali language, dharma is pronounced as Dhamma, Dhamma. So through his Dhamma, what he took the ideologies and principles of Buddhism, he propagated that in his own way. He propagated that in his own way. It was not as it is what he got from Buddha or Buddhism. He propagated in his own unique way. And if you happen to if you are interested in reading, there are several books on Ashoka's Dhamma, Kanchan. You can go through them. Then you will see the vastness of his ideologies, his principles, that how then he was not only a king, he became a thinker. His horizon was broadened. Why religion is required in life? Because it makes you a better person. It makes you wiser a person. Any religion for that matter, not only Buddhism, any religion, why we follow a religion? Because we get a certain set of principles from them, which are beneficial for our own life, for the people who are around us, and for the society. For that sake,
I just want to add that I think when you're talking about religion, I think religion also a factor which pacify some badness in individual. So it subsides something bad which you really think. What do you think about this? So this exactly happens.
See, religion will not pacify, Kanchan. Religion, if you see all the religions, whether it is Buddhism, whether it is Christianity, whether it is Islam, whether it is Hinduism, Sikhism, some religions, they say, they instill a feeling of fear in you. Why we say God fearing? Because you have that fear in your mind that if we do this, this is a sin, this is a bad thing. So personally, what I feel is religion should not instill a feeling of guilt inside a person. Rather, it should have the power to transform that person. It is a human nature to err. It is a human nature. Everybody will become a god if we don't err.
But I
think
this doesn't happen with Ashoka. He very consciously followed Buddhism and very consciously, I think, merged two things, the Buddhism and the Rajdharma or the royal duties.
Yes, he took it parallelly. It was parallelly. The Ashoka's Dhamma, the administration, they were going like hand in hand. It was not like that he became a saint. No, he lived a normal family life, but with a transformed vision. But some historians, like A.L. Basham, they don't agree with this transformation. They say that this transformation was not real. So see, different people, different perspectives. We should always see the goodness, that what is the positivity we can take from it. So from Ashoka's character, you can take the number one trait is adaptability, because he adapted to a positive side of his character.
Yeah, I think
earlier
transformation of one personality.
Yes.
But I'll always see like this only.
Yeah, so that is the biggest trait. And then to accept, see, if in this word, the whole tussle or war is for acceptance. Everyone wants to be accepted, Kanchan. Everyone. That is our whole, fight in this human birth. Yes. We want to be accepted as a, daughter, as a wife, as a mother, as a teacher. Acceptance. Everyone craves for that acceptance. So he accepted that he did something wrong. That is the a wise quality in Ashoka. Otherwise, see, all it is a natural thing that many kings, they have waged wars in the pages of history, but no one got transformed as Ashoka have transformed. So that is his greatness. That's why we call him Ashoka the Great. This the Great comes with Ashoka or Akbar the Great. Only two people have this, suffix with them, with their names. Ashoka the Great, Akbar the Great. Why Akbar was also called great? Because he was tolerant towards the other religion. Though he was a Muslim, he followed Islam, but he promulgated a new religion known as Deen-e-Ilahi, which was the fusion of Islam and Hinduism. So when you do such things, see, we, Kanchan, as human beings, we don't take anything from with us when we leave this world physically. Only thing which we leave is a living legacy. So Ashoka did the same, Akbar did the same. They left a legacy.
Yes.
They left, and the contribution of Ashoka in the field of art and architecture is huge. It's immense. All the stupas, the chaityas, the viharas, and the rock edicts which you get, you know, the inscriptions, they are the records now, from which we can refer to and tell the future generations that what happened. So that is his biggest contribution, apart from all other things.
Yes, I always appreciate Ashoka because the impact, I always see impact, his era's impact even today. Because we have a few systems which he has created, the economic aspect which he has created at that point of time, which we are still following in few patterns. So we will be
because see, Mauryan administration was very, very good. Mauryan administration, for that matter, was very, very good. And it was adopted by the later dynasties. After the Mauryans also, the dynasties which they came, they also took that model. They carried forward that model. So it is not only the philosophical aspect, but in all aspects, economic, administrative, in every field, you can see Ashoka as a role model. Not only in one aspect, in many aspects. And the emblem, the national emblem which we have, is from one of his rock edicts.
Right.
So that is again that means you are giving acceptance, you are giving recognition to that king by making it a national emblem. So it's a big thing. It's a very, very big thing.
Yes, it's a big thing. I think Ashoka has given us, our civilization, a kind of remembrance. We are known as people from the Ashoka's land. So I think that's a great thing. Today we have discussed about an overview about Ashoka and how he has transformed and how Buddhism he has adopted, and he is responsible for propagating Buddhism in Indian subcontinent. So in our next episode, we'll be discussing about administration, the good points of administration, which somehow in little format we are still following those traits.
Definitely.
So it was so nice to talk to you about Ashoka and discuss about our great king, the great Ashoka. We will be discussing this topic further. So till then, bye-bye, take care, and all the best.
Thank you, Kanchan.